Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. How's everybody doing today? Thank you for joining us. We are going to be picking up on day 6 of the California versus Monica Sementilli trial. Do I have audio?
Yep.
Okay. All right, just want to check my audio there. Seems like audio is good. Who's with us today? Who do we have with us? Therapist you know, hello, hello. Carolina Hurtado, good to see you. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, hello to you. Hola. Been catching up on openings in 48 hours. You're an expert now. I still have to watch that 48 hours. Little Johnson, hello to you. JM, only fan, JM, Baka of 3. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, JM, another delay. So he must be going a half hour late, I guess. Hopefully they won't kick it out to 1. That's what they did yesterday. Groovy Cheryl, here we are. We are here. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Oh, get kitty butt in the mic. Super Ball is saying hello to everybody. Lily Wayne, thank you for joining us. Good to see you as well. Oh, get comfortable. Super Ball is getting comfortable there. Let's see. This one is more interesting. To me, this one is more interesting. Oh, RA, he's covering Colin Griffith. Krista Limited Edition, thank you for joining us. And a good morning to you. It's still morning for you, right? Irish Amy, good to see you. Oh, Super Ball, you get a special hello from JM. Special hello for Super Ball. Fanny Pack, how you doing? So Queen Olive Ruth Ann, you're having a busy morning. Dropped my Yorkie off at the groomers in about 1.5 hours. I'm getting all new kitchen appliances. Very cool. Good for you. That's exciting. So let's see. I need to get, let's see. I need to pull up my description so we can do that. We can talk about, so yesterday was day 5. We only heard 3 witnesses, but we ended with Elise Bluel. She was fun. She's my favorite so far. She was very active. We'll put it that way. She was fun to watch. And Mr. Verna, he was on the stand day 3, day 4, and day 5. They had him on quite a long time. And then we also heard from Matthew Nurse, who is the trainer to Monica. So, and I'm pretty sure Judge Cohen cut off Elise right in the middle of everything. So, hey, Trial Junkies United, good to see you. Good morning to you, if it is morning for you. And if you're watching us on Replay Crew, thank you. This is past Squeegee saying thank you to future rewatch crew. All right, we'll see how quickly the judge kicks that feed in. It's 12:30 here, so that means it's 9:30 California time. Yeah, sorry, OnlyFan. I know it's these West Coast trials. They're awkward for all of us. So let's see. The one poll that we've had so far is how credible is Elise Bluel? 100% credible. 42% of you said she's 100% credible. 55% said somewhat credible. 2% said not credible at all. I think I went with the somewhat credible. I think she's being honest. I'll say I think she's being honest. 3 hours behind. Yes, that is the time difference between East Coast and Pacific. Oh no, Rachel, your internet just went down. No. Oh, we feel your pain. We feel your pain. That is the worst. It's amazing how dependent we are on the internet. You know? And they always say that's one way to get to society these days is to take down the internet. We will be lost. Because we do everything on the internet. Banking, communications, everything. Irish Amy, you watched the 48 Hours episode. It did try to show some pro-defense info, but wasn't very convincing to me. Worth a watch, though. Yes, we have that on our schedule. Can only use your phone. Aw. Well, at least you're here with us. That's all that counts. JM says it's good for me because I get everything done in the morning. Yeah, I kind of like having, it was kind of nice to have the morning. But if Megan Boswell kicks in, we will be covering that in the morning. So I do not want to miss that. Oh, widespread panic. Hey, how are you? Oh, and my cat and I. My cat and I. That's sweet. All right, widespread panic says, I think she's credible because it's hard to lie when you've got verbal diarrhea. She was talking a lot. She was nervous, but she was also just all kinds of, what did she call herself? The teddy bear, the consoling queen of consoling or something? She was the human teddy bear. Yeah, she was sweet. Elise, she was like the first real person. I mean, everybody else has been officers. Corey Hawk, she was pretty cool. But Ryan Verna, he's a detective, so he's not really going to show a lot of emotion. Rachel B, all my records for work are online securely. Yeah, everything is online, just everything. My cat and I just discovered you do not have wireless payment and you still use checks. Is that true? No, we have wireless payment. We have PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. I still use checks though. I do write checks sometimes, but no, we have online payment for sure. And that's just one way, but then all kinds of banking institutions, you can pay through them. Hey, Ahisma, how are you? Ready for more Elise testimony? Yes. Keeping an eye on the feed. Nothing is kicked in yet. Oh, in the shops? No, that's all like credit cards, credit, debit. That's all. I haven't had cash on me in years, except during a hurricane. Then we'll go get cash. But no, it's all by card. Child Junkies United. I still have handwritten phone numbers that Doc teases me about. Oh, Capri, where's Capri? Is she in the chat? Did you pop in, Capri? Did I miss you? Where are you?
Last comment.
Oh, there you are. Hello to you, and good morning, if it is morning for you. So glad you guys could join us. This is day 6. We're just waiting for the feed to kick in. So glad you guys could join us. Lots of stuff happening today. There's a new trial, a dog park murder. That's going on in Tampa. We've got this one. Monica Boswell's going to be starting. Superball's with us. Gosh, what else? Sementilli, obviously. Colin Griffith. There's all kinds. Hey, Gina. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. OnlyFan, you need about $20 or so in cash still these days for the smaller shops. Yeah, I pay everything with a card. Even if it's like $5. I feel bad about it, but yeah, whatever. Irish Amy, Superball, hey cutie, I got my baby Mishka, aka Misha Moo, with you. She says hello. Aw, hello Mishka, Misha Moo. That's cute. Child Junkies United, I need to help someone find a forever family for a puppy they are fostering. She was found probably about 3 months old. Looks like a female Belgian Malinois mix. Not familiar with that. Got my work cut out for me today. Aw. Widespread panic. They're deliberating in Griffith. Yeah, we watched the closing arguments here and there. And then this new trial kicked in out of Tampa. Dog walk. What? Yeah, dog walk murder. Looks pretty interesting. But we're not going to cover that. We got Megan Boswell to worry about and Sementilli still. Hey, Nanar, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you coming on. Always good to see everybody. Go fill up that coffee, Ahisma. I hear you. All right, Judge Cohen, come on, kick in. We're ready for you. Oh, you've got something, but I don't. Let's see. Day 6. Don't have anything yet. Let me come over here.
It's the same.
Nope, they kicked in. All right, we got some live here, guys. Okay, I'll see you on the other end. Looks like we've got some activity. Or at least we have the seal.
Present, all counsel are present, jury and also present. Good morning. If we can have Ms. Bluel back on the stand, please. Need to fix that. Have a seat, ma'am. You're still under oath. Thank you. And the defense may continue with their cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Bluel.
Good morning.
Ms. Bluel, when we left off yesterday, we were speaking about the night that Fabio was killed.
Okay.
And you recall that night, correct?
Yes, texted, but yeah. By Monica, is that your question? I was called?
No, you recall what you did that night.
I recall, yes.
Okay. And you were, I think you testified yesterday, you came to the house after you received a text from Monica. You got to the house and stayed with Monica and the girls, Jessica and Bella, and Deborah Obad was there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you at some point were asked to move outside by the curb, and you stayed at the curb, correct?
Yes.
And then eventually, around 8 o'clock that night, you all moved over across the street to a neighbor's home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that neighbor's home, you were in a particular room of the house?
Yes.
Where were you?
Me personally?
Yes.
Okay. First, I was in like a den area with Monica, and then when they wanted to interview Monica, I went out to the living room with the girls.
Okay. And when you were first in that den area with Monica, were you in the den with Monica from the time you got to the house until the police interviewed Monica?
Yes.
Okay. And was that den small, large?
It was small-esque, I guess.
Okay.
At the time.
Okay. And how long were you in that den with Monica? If you got over there around 8 o'clock, I think you said you left at 11?
Yeah, about there. It was
Okay.
late. I don't know what time we got to the neighbor's house, but it was, I don't know.
Okay. Were you there for 10 minutes, 2 hours?
It was several hours.
Several
I don't know
hours.
how many.
And Ms. Bluel, while you were in this den with Monica, was anybody else in there with you?
There was one other man. I didn't know who he was.
Okay. He was in the den with you for those hours?
For a while.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
And did anybody else come in or out while you were in that den with Monica before she was interviewed by the police and you say you went to the living room?
Just through the door, or like came in and sat with us?
Came in and was with you, talking to you or interacting with you?
No one came in and interacted with us. I mean, people would pop their head in and be like, do you need anything? But like, not a substantial conversation, no.
Okay. And you mentioned in your testimony yesterday what Deborah Obad was doing. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you got over to the house, what was Deborah Obad doing, if you know?
When I got there, I don't know what she was doing.
Okay.
But when we were moved outside, she was contacting people, family, work people, about what happened.
Okay.
That's about all I know.
She was on the telephone?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say she was contacting work people, she was, I think you described her as the doer. Is that
Yep.
how you described her?
Yes, yes.
And she was making calls.
Mm-hmm.
And was she interacting with you and Monica, or you were just with Monica at that time?
She would come over to where we were and say, I've contacted so-and-so, they're going to work on a flight, that sort of thing, and then she'd go off again.
Okay. So she would periodically tell you what she was doing, but you weren't telling her what to do. Monica wasn't telling her what to do.
I wasn't telling her what to do, and I mean, I think Monica might have said, like, have you called so-and-so, I think there was that kind of back and forth, but
Okay.
I don't recall specifically if Monica told her to do anything.
Okay. And yesterday, you said that you were consoling Monica.
Yes.
Were you hugging her?
Yes. My arm would be around her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you giving her tissues? Or did she have tissues?
Yeah, she had tissues.
Okay.
For sure.
And during these hours in the room, Monica was sobbing at different stages when you were in the room with her, correct?
Well, she was more like hyperventilating, like, like that. Yes, that's what she was doing.
But she was sobbing also.
Could you clarify sobbing? I mean, I feel like I've represented what I noticed.
Well, how would you define sobbing?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Bluel, you were interviewed in this case back on July 15th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
The detectives came to your house and they sat down with you for a couple of hours, correct?
Yep.
And Detective Roberts and Detective Klotz asked you about the case, correct?
Yes.
Asked you specifically what you were doing that night with Monica?
Yes.
And you were telling the detectives the truth, correct?
At that point, yeah, everything that I thought of, I said.
Okay. And that interview was recorded and a transcript was made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Bluel, in that interview, you told Detective Klotz and Detective Roberts, for court's reference, page 27 of the prosecution's transcript, line 13-14, she was just sobbing. I swear. She didn't form words for days.
That's correct.
And that was the truth, correct?
I'm sorry?
Yes. Page 26, line 13. You told them that Monica was just sobbing.
Okay. So what I was thinking of when I said that.
I'm sorry, I wasn't
Oh, you're
sorry.
not?
I'm
Okay.
not asking you what you were thinking
Okay.
about. But you told the detectives that Monica was sobbing.
Right.
Thank you. And then you testified yesterday, Ms. Bluel, that Monica, you were with Monica all throughout the rest of that week. The next day you came morning through night, correct?
Yes.
You would get there about what time?
About 10 or 11.
And you would stay till when?
About between 6 and 8.
So you were there full days into the evening,
Yes.
and you were there also in the nighttime?
I mean, yeah, depending, between 6
6
and 8.
and 8,
Yeah.
okay. And I think you said there were people coming in and out
Yes.
that were also there all
Yes.
week. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And yesterday, Ms. Stagel, the prosecutor, asked you about whether Monica ever voiced any concern about being in the house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said she hadn't, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you were in the house that week. Fabio was killed late afternoon, early evening on Monday, correct?
Yes.
In the house.
Yes.
You were in the house that night, correct?
Yes.
You came back to the house that next morning,
Yes.
stayed through the evening hours, correct?
Yes.
And you were there every day that week, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Bluel, am I correct? You never voiced any concern about your safety in the house that week, correct?
Objection relevance.
It's overruled.
No.
And I think you told the detectives that nobody was scared, correct?
Correct.
And that the theory of the police at the time was that there had been a burglary, correct?
Objection comes from the
If you know, your understanding.
Could you repeat the question?
That your understanding was that everyone thought there had been a burglary. You thought that the operating belief at the time was that there had been a burglary.
That's what they were reporting on the news, so we were talking about it.
Okay. And you had even given an interview on the news, correct?
I did.
The night that Fabio was killed.
The next morning, I was coming with a deli plate.
Okay. And then you later gave an interview to the 48 Hours television show.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified yesterday, Ms. Bluel, that after that week, you really didn't have much contact with Monica again. Is that fair?
That is fair. I texted her like every week for sure, and I tried to reach out, but yeah, we didn't really connect.
She didn't communicate with you.
No. It would me reach out to her.
And I think you said there was only one occasion after that you got together, you had gone over to her house, correct?
Yes.
And that was one time.
Yes.
You thought it was in March.
Yes.
I think you said it was a Saturday.
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you didn't see her after that?
No.
And that was between March and when Monica was arrested in June? Never
Correct.
saw her?
Correct.
And never really got much response from her texting, correct?
Correct.
So when Miss Stagel yesterday asked you during that entire period, did Monica ever talk to you about Fabio or missing Fabio? You didn't really see Monica or talk to her other than that Saturday in March, correct?
In person, no, but I didn't receive anything on text or when we did talk on the phone, which was rare. It didn't come up ever.
Okay.
But other
And
things.
how many times did you talk to her on the phone?
I can't say completely true. I don't know.
What?
I mean, I can give you less than 10 times, more than 5.
And when she asked you, Ms. Stagel asked you if you saw her grieving after Fabio was killed, between the time the time you saw her that week
Right.
and when she was arrested and some months later. And you said you never saw her grieving during that period, correct?
Yeah, I was not around her. Yes.
You were not around her, correct?
Correct.
So
So it
if
was-
she had been grieving, you wouldn't have seen it.
I would not have seen it with my eyes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Along the lines of grieving, was she telling you during the months that followed, the first couple months, that she was going out?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She said that she liked to go out and dress up and have guys hit on her.
And when she said that, then, does that factor into your opinion that you didn't feel as though she was grieving?
Yes.
Why so?
It didn't seem like it just seemed odd that someone who was grieving really liked having other men hit on her and get thrilled. It just seemed weird.
And this was shortly after Fabio had been murdered?
Yes.
Now, you also testified that you'd been watching or viewing those Instagram posts where she was posting things about Fabio, the love of her life, right?
Yes.
Is it the same time frame when she's telling you she's going out and she's enjoying men hitting on her?
Yes.
As far as you're concerned about being in the house, when you went over there, was there other people there?
When I went over there in March?
When you went over there after the murder that first week, was there people around?
Yes.
Now, did you ever spend the night with her?
No.
Do you know if anyone spent the night with her and the girls? If you know.
No.
And to your knowledge, though, well, let me withdraw that. The defense was asking you, I know we're getting literal on the sobbing term, and you wanted to explain. So did you have an explanation why you used those words to the detectives back in 2020 that the defense read to you from your prior testimony? You used the word sobbing. Did you want to explain that?
Sure. So what I meant by sobbing was she would be like, and she was talking like that, which to me is how I talk when I'm like so upset I can't talk. So that's what I meant.
Okay. So, and that's what you told the detectives. You were trying to describe her actions?
Yes.
Objection, this states the evidence.
Overruled.
Okay. And again, no tears during the sobbing that you witnessed.
I mean, I can say I don't know.
Okay. It's not something you recall, tears streaming down the face.
It is not something I recall.
All right. And then finally, one last point on the going out. Back in 2020, when you were interviewed, understanding it's a few years after the murder, you did tell the detectives what you testified today, correct? That what you just stated, that the defendant was going out, telling you she was going out enjoying men hitting on her.
Yes.
And on a side note, did you ever go out with the defendant at any time before the murder or after the murder for karaoke?
No.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Recross?
No, thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Ms. Bluel. You are excused. You may call your next witness.
Luigi Sementilli.
Let me swear to witness.
If you could face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphone closer to you so we can hear you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Sure. My name is Luigi Sementilli, Luigi. Last name Sementilli.
Thank you.
I don't say this often. I usually say, can you get closer to the microphone? Can you get a little bit further from the microphone?
Sure, too loud, yeah.
I didn't say that, but maybe. Thank you.
Sure. There, with the mic on, sure, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, are you the son of Fabio Sementilli?
That's correct.
And how old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
And where do you live?
I-
Just generically.
Sure, yeah. I live in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada.
Okay. And your mother, what's her name?
My mother's name is Vonda Carino. Maiden name was Apostoli, and of course, at one point, she was known as Vonda Sementilli.
Okay.
Actually, now I need you to move my microphone just a little closer.
A little bit closer.
Just a little bit.
It's my fault.
How's that?
You
It
can
is
display
council's
me.
fault. Thank you.
Did how long was your mother married to your father?
I think it was 4 or 5 years. I think they got married in '89, and I believe by '94, '95, I think they were split up.
Could it have been earlier than '89?
That they got married?
Yes.
No, I'm pretty certain that they got married in '89. But of course, they were together for a while before that.
Thank you. Do you recognize your father's second wife here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify her, please, for the record?
Yep, right over there. She's wearing cream women's jacket.
Thank you.
Your Honor, what's the people's next in order, please?
72.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is it you want?
I'm sorry.
You haven't marked anything yet.
Yes. Your Honor, I have a photograph of the witness with his father. If it could please be marked as people 72.
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you people 72. Do you recognize what you see here?
Oh yes, I sure do. Yeah, that's me and my dad. That's in St. Catharines. I went to school at Brock University, and this is in St. Catharines there where Brock University is. It's really close to Niagara Falls. He would often come to visit and just to make time to drive down and see me at school. So here we are after I think we had gone to sushi and then had, I think it was my girlfriend at the time, take this picture of me and him.
So,
Do you know approximately, given that you knew you were attending St. Catharines at the time, do you know approximately when this photograph was taken?
Yeah, this was probably this probably would have been 2016, I believe.
Okay.
This may have been the last time he came actually to see me in St. Catharines. Yeah. I think it may have been November.
Did you have a close relationship with your father despite his divorce from your mother?
Yes, absolutely. I did have a close relationship with my dad. Granted, they were separated. Wasn't with him as much as a normal family unit would have been. But yeah, absolutely. And because of the fact that there was a separation, he always went above and beyond to make sure that there was a strong connection between him and I.
While your father and the defendant, after their marriage, were living in Canada, did you, as you were growing up, spend time with them in their home?
Yeah, for sure. As part of the divorce agreement between my dad and my mom, I was to visit my father every other weekend, and that was the case for for over 15 years, basically, until they moved away to California. So yes, I was with them and living at their house every other weekend.
Okay. And did you have a good relationship with your stepmother, the defendant?
It was a fine relationship. There's always a little bit of animosity, I think, between someone and a step-parent. I called her by her name. I didn't call her by any kind of honorific. So it was a fine relationship.
When you said you called her by her name, you meant you called her Monica as opposed to what?
As opposed to Zia or Mom or whatever else.
Okay. Zia, an Italian word for mom?
Zia means aunt.
Aunt.
Yeah, or really refers to anyone who's sort of older that you would want to use this word for respect, yeah.
Okay. Was there ever a time when you were at their house over that 15-year period where you heard the defendant and your father arguing or fighting at all?
Yes, on more than one occasion, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall what the defendant was fighting with your father about?
I do, yeah. They were arguing about potential extramarital affairs that were going on.
By the defendant?
By the defendant, yeah. So on one occasion, it was a text message or email that had been found, and I'm overhearing a very loud argument between them, and my dad being the one who found something that shouldn't have been found, perhaps, and then the defendant being defensive and apologetic and all that about that. And then there was another instance where I was in the car, and my younger sister Jessica, she was very young at the time. I want to say maybe 6, and she had inadvertently or unknowingly let slip in the car in conversation that the defendant, her mom, Monica, was flirting with someone at a grocery store on a regular basis. And so my sister is saying this very flippantly, not realizing the ramifications of what was said. And then as soon as that was said, even Monica reacted like, oh, why did you have to say that? Because, of course, now it's going to cause this argument. Okay. Multiple arguments about infidelity over the years, yeah.
Always on the defendant's side?
Yes.
Or were any of them on your dad's side?
None on my dad's side.
Do you recall how old you were during any of these arguments regarding the defendant's infidelity?
Yeah, so the one when we were in the car, I remember pretty vividly. I'm going to say I was probably 12 or 13 at that time. And then the one where emails and text messages were found was several years prior. So I was significantly younger, 9, 10, something like that.
Do you remember approximately how old Jessica was when she made the comment about the flirting?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
So in that case, if I was, say, 12 or 13, Jessica would have been 6 or 7.
Now, did you have a close relationship with both Jessica and Isabella prior to the murder of your father?
Prior to the murder, yes.
Would you say that relationship has dramatically changed after your father's murder?
Yes, that would be an understatement.
Okay. During the time that your father was living with the defendant and your sisters in Canada, and you would stay over, who would you say would be the boss in the home? Who was in charge?
It was Monica.
Who was in charge of the family's financial situations?
That would be Monica as well.
Now, when it came to paying, let's say, for instance, your tuition or your housing while you were in college, who was the one that would have conversations with you and your mother about paying the tuition or your housing?
That would be Monica as well.
Once your father and the defendant and your sisters moved to the United States, did you still speak with your father on a regular basis?
Yes.
And did you also see him on a regular basis every year?
Yeah, he would visit Canada, and then I would also make a yearly visit out to California.
And when you would come to California, did you stay at the home with the defendant, your father, and the girls?
That's correct.
All right. At some point in 2016, prior to the murder, of your father, did you come to stay at the house?
Yes.
Was that the house on Queen Victoria in Woodland Hills?
That's correct.
And where, when you came to the house, did you come by yourself or did you come with your girlfriend?
In 2013 and 2014, I traveled alone. In 2015, 2016, and 2017, I traveled with my girlfriend at the time.
Okay. That would have been Julia, yes?
That's correct.
Showing you Exhibit 7. Is this the home in 2016 that you stayed at when you came with Julia to visit your father and the defendant and the girls?
Yes, that's the home.
Your Honor, another photo of the that's been shown already. The victim, along with his 3 children, if it could be marked as people 73.
Yes.
Showing you people 73. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yep.
Is this a photograph of you and your father and your 2 sisters?
That's right.
Do you know where this photo was taken or approximately when?
Yeah, I think this was in 2016. I think this was in California.
Looks like at perhaps a Starbucks.
Yeah. For sure there's a Starbucks there. I can see I'm wearing my Brock University shirt underneath the long sleeve thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
While you were staying at with your father and your sisters and the defendant, where were you sleeping?
Mostly in the upstairs computer room area.
Your Honor, I have a photograph, actually 2 photographs. It's titled Search Warrant 5012 Queen Victoria Road, 2nd floor living area, the date of June 14, 27. May these photos be marked as people 74, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you people 74. Is this the upstairs living room area?
That's right.
And just behind the couch area is near the window. What is this area here that I'm pointing to in the photograph on the left?
That's an office desk, and we can see the office desk in greater detail on the right side.
And whose desk was that?
It was just sort of the house computer, but most of the time I saw Monica up there.
Okay. And you said, did you tell us the month when you went to visit?
Which year?
2016, the last time.
In 2016, I visited in August.
Okay. And was there anything unusual about the defendant's conduct during that trip as opposed to other occasions when you would come to stay with them?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Overruled.
Yes, I would say so. A few things. So, one, a lot more time was spent on the couch, on the tablet, or on the phone.
On her phone or her tablet?
Yes.
You mean like a computer tablet?
Yeah, on a device, on the couch,
Okay.
chatting.
What do you mean chatting?
Chatting, doing what, just glued to this device,
Okay.
day and night on the, yeah. And then if she wasn't there, she was at the gym. I even remember an occasion where we all had gone out to dinner as a family, and then she came like when we were done, basically, because she had some gym thing going on.
Maybe racquetball or something?
Racquetball, yeah. So yeah, a lot of that, a lot more of being much more involved in the gym and these people at the gym, much more involved in that aspect, and then always inside on the tablet, on the couch, and then occasionally would come out in the back to smoke a cigarette and then go back to the couch.
And did you ever go with her to the gym?
I did.
Did she go to the gym like on a daily basis?
Yes.
And when you went to the gym, did she introduce you to any of her friends?
I was introduced to one friend there. Yeah.
Female, male?
It was a male friend.
Do you remember who that was?
Unfortunately, I do not.
Okay. While you were in town in August of 2016, did the defendant purchase a vehicle?
Yes. Yeah.
And what type of vehicle did she purchase?
She purchased a red Fiat, the larger one. I think it was a Fiat XL. When she, I remember this conversation specifically.
Well, let me ask you something.
Sure.
Did you go with her to purchase the vehicle?
I did not go with her to the dealership to purchase the vehicle.
When she came home from the dealership, did she say anything to you?
She came in through the garage from the dealership and said to me that basically she was bragging to me that she had thrown a tantrum in the dealership, screaming and crying, and manipulating everyone in the dealership so that she could get a better rate on the car. And that this was successful and that she got this extra rate.
Okay. And where were you when she came in from the garage? Where were you?
I was in the kitchen.
And was there anything else that was unusual during that trip that you remember? Did the defendant change at all in any way?
Just becoming more fit, becoming more reclusive with gym activities.
Okay.
Spending more time alone, I suppose, yeah. Spending less time out in the backyard like we had in previous years.
The backyard area where there's a covered patio and a pool?
Yep, and where my dad spent most of his time, yep.
Did your dad tend to, when you were there, sit in a particular area in the yard?
Yes, yeah, he sat in that one specific chair, yeah.
Would that be a chair underneath the patio area?
That's right.
The covered patio?
That's correct.
All right.
It was close to the pool.
With his back turned to the pool so that he'd be facing at an angle towards the television?
That's correct.
All right. And is that where you would spend a lot of time with him?
Yes, in one chair over.
Okay. Now, you said prior to the murder you had a close relationship with your sisters, Isabella and Jessica. In terms of a close relationship, did you communicate with them separate from your communications, let's say, with your father?
Yeah.
And would that be through their personal cell phones?
Yep, social media, by phone, yeah.
In January of 2016, do you recall what you were doing around that time?
January of 2016?
2017.
Yeah, January 2017, I was in grad school at Brock University. I just finished the first semester and was ready to begin the second semester. And that's when I received the phone call the night of the murder.
Okay. And what were you getting a particular degree at that point in time?
Yes, I was working on a master's degree in philosophy.
Okay. So the night of January 23rd of 2017, you said you got a call. Who did you get a call from initially?
My sister Jessica.
Okay. And what was her demeanor when she called?
She was freaking out, said someone killed Dad, and saying, just sort of being hysterical. And then I think what I said, just not taking in information, was let me talk to Dad. And then I think I hung up, she hung up the phone line, that call ended. But then we were again on another phone call, and then the phone was passed around to some other people.
All right. So when the phone call ended, did you call somebody? Did you call your father's line at that point?
I believe I did, because I hung up and then tried my dad's line, no answer, and then I believe I had gotten a call back from Jessica's number, I think was the order of events. But then that second round of conversations begun.
And then did you speak to Jessica briefly before you said the phone got passed around?
I think so, for just a moment. And I think she said, here, gave it to Deborah.
Deborah. Do you know somebody by the name of Deborah?
So Deborah Obad was a neighbor of theirs, and sort of like one of the only family friends from the area, I suppose.
Had you met her when you would come to visit once a year to
Yes.
Los Angeles to visit your dad?
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew who she was?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And did you also speak to the defendant during that same phone call?
Yes.
And did the defendant relay information to you from the defendant?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. Did Deborah relay information to you from the defendant, your stepmom?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she say to you from the defendant?
Objection, calls for speculation, no foundation.
I'll hear it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So when Deborah came on the phone with me, she said to me, Monica's freaking out about money, worried that they're not going to have money, and that there's money coming to me, and so that I would help them with the money that I was to receive because they need the help.
So one of the first things that was said to you was that Monica was freaking out about money and that money was coming to you.
And that I was to get money, therefore, the presumption was that I was going to give them money to help.
When you say the presumption, you're saying Deborah and Monica said that you would give Monica money?
Yeah, Deborah was like, don't worry, he'll give it to you, basically very presumptuously. And
She's talking to Monica as she's on the phone with you?
And then relaying it to me and saying, you got to help them out. They're going to need help with money, this, that, and the other.
Okay. And then did you, in fact, the phone get passed to the defendant so you could speak with your stepmother?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she say to you?
As soon as the phone was passed to Monica and we spoke for the first time after the murder, the first words out of her mouth were regarding life insurance money.
What did she say specifically, if you recall?
Yeah, she says, there's money coming to you. Your dad took care of you. There's money coming to you. You'll be able to buy a house. You'll be able to buy a car. That was the topic of conversation.
Did she say anything to you about there being a life insurance policy?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
That you have money coming to you from life insurance. You'll be able to buy a house. You'll be able to buy a car. Your dad took care of you with these things that will now be paid out.
And did she specifically say to you that there was a hefty life insurance policy?
Objection, leading.
Big, yes. Lots of life insurance was up for grabs here. That was the message that was given.
Okay. But do you recall using the words when you spoke with detectives previously that the words she used, the defendant, was that there was a hefty life insurance policy?
Yes.
Okay. And at the point in time when the defendant said to you, there's money coming to you, your dad took care of you, you can buy a house or you can buy a car, did you know anything about what she was speaking?
No, I had no idea about any of this. No.
So you did not know anything about, you had not had prior conversations with your father about any type of policy
Nope.
regarding you as a beneficiary?
No, none of the policies, not even the one set up with the divorce from my mom. I didn't even know about that one. So no, I didn't know about any of that.
Your mother had never told you about such a policy either?
No.
Was that a policy that you subsequently to your father's murder learned was through a company in Canada called Manulife?
That's correct, and it was set up according to the Canadian law with regards to divorce settlements. It had to be set up at the time, and then, of course, this being a long time ago, no reason for me to think about it. My dad's alive and healthy, and then I learn about it. Yeah.
Okay. Now, other than talking about this significant amount of money that was coming your way, did the defendant talk to you that night about anything else other than life insurance? Or was that the only topic she spoke about?
Objection, in this case, the evidence.
Overruled.
The night of the murder?
Yes.
That was the only topic of conversation.
And this was a conversation that you had with the defendant within perhaps an hour or a couple hours of your dad's murder?
An hour, yeah. Yeah. A couple of hours would probably be generous. Yeah.
What was your state of mind at that point in time?
Completely in shock, reduced to bafflement. Don't know what's real anymore. Trying to just keep my feet beneath me. Trying to figure out, just then think more logistically. What are the next few days going to look like? And then, just. It's one of those moments where your life changes in the moment, and you don't really know how to deal with it. So,
where were you when you got this call?
I was in my basement apartment that I was renting at school. Yeah.
And as the defendant was talking to you about the fact that there's this hefty life insurance policy that your father had set up for you, was she crying as she was speaking to you?
No tears. I did hear some, exacerbated breathing going on.
Like you didn't hear her crying, but you heard breathing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What kind of exacerbated breathing?
Like a kind of hyperventilating going on. Okay. Yeah. But the words and the message were very clear and coming out between each voice. Yeah.
You mean between Jessica's voice, between Deborah's voice, and between your stepmother's voice?
Between the hyperventilations. Everything was very clearly communicated, and yeah.
So in other words, you could understand what your stepmother was saying to you clearly?
Oh, yes.
And subsequent to that, did you have phone calls with your other family in Canada?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And did you and other members of your family fly down to the Los Angeles area on Wednesday? That would have been January 25th of 2017?
Yep.
And while you were in Los Angeles, were you staying again at your father's home, or were you staying elsewhere, if you recall?
Yeah, so that was kind of a point of contention. I was thinking about where am I going to stay. I assumed everyone was just going to be staying at hotels. Surprised to hear that that wasn't the case, and that the defendant and I believe even my stepsisters were still staying at the house. I stayed in a hotel.
Okay.
Yeah.
During the day, did you and your family come over every day to your father's home? What was your father's home on Queen Victoria?
That's correct.
The defendant and the girls were staying in the home?
That's correct.
During that period of time while you were in Los Angeles with family after your father's death, did you attend a viewing that took place at a funeral home?
Yes.
And that would have been January 29th?
I believe so.
And subsequent to that, some type of a wake or a memorial or a gathering in the backyard that night?
Yes.
And while you were in town that week, did the defendant do anything that was unusual that you found to be unusual?
Objection, relevance, calls for speculation.
Ooh.
Did she give you anything?
Yeah, so when I showed up to the Queen Victoria house, first time coming and seeing Monica in person since the murder, she hands me the Rolex watch that my dad was wearing when he was killed. She also asked me to go through and take anything from the wardrobe or like his stuff.
You mean like his clothing?
Clothing and basically anything. Just kind of brought me through the walk-in closet and said, take whatever you want.
She escorted you into the master bedroom walk-in closet?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, that's yes.
And told you to take anything you wanted.
Correct.
Okay. At some point during your stay in Los Angeles, while you and your family were there, that include, by the way, your aunts Loretta and Morella, and your uncle Marco,
Yes.
and some of your cousins?
Yes. Yep.
Did, at any point in time, did the defendant ask you to come upstairs?
Yes.
And where upstairs did she ask you to follow her to?
It was that computer room where I previously tested that I would sleep in that room because there was like a bed off to the side.
Okay. In Exhibit 74, to the left of the photograph, on the left, there are some beds set up. Is that right?
Oh yeah, you can see the bed in the corner there. Yeah.
With the white, looks like maybe turquoise and brown or black pattern on it.
That's it.
Okay. It looks like there's a red number 2 in the left-hand corner.
Mm-hmm.
She called you up into the family room. She asked you to sit down on a couch, or what was the purpose of this?
No, so she brought me up to the computer area because you can see on the right there, next to the monitor is a printer, and then that printer is where it was printed out. This document that was the reason for me being brought up to be shown this document, and the document was a table showing the beneficiaries of the estate and all of the different sources of life insurance that would be due to be paid to each beneficiary and in what percentages.
Your Honor, I have a document that appears to be a ledger of sorts regarding beneficiaries of a life insurance policy, along with other stock options, profit shares, things of that nature. May it be marked as People 75?
Yes.
Showing you People 75. Do you recognize this document here?
I sure do.
Okay. And was a version of this document at that time showed to you by the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would object. The vaguest version and identification of the witness, I think you should be precise.
Well, the defendant showed you a document similar to this one?
Yes, many times.
Or this one?
Several times, yes.
Okay.
In one instance, I was brought up, like we were saying, I was brought up to that room, and a fresh version was printed out, a hard copy. Yeah.
Okay. And was the defendant showing you this document?
Oh, yes.
And what, if anything, did she say about the document that looked like this, that she printed out that day while you were in town that week for your father's viewing and wake?
Yes, so when she printed out the document, she was showing it to me. It was just me and her up there. She was looking at it, looking down, smiling at it, and even in this strange way, petting this piece of paper.
What do you mean by petting?
Just looking at it as though it was some precious thing that she was holding on to in her hands, kind of moving her hand across it.
Sorry.
And
That's the term precious thing. That'll be stricken. Everything else remains.
So she was moving her hand across the document.
yeah, it sounds silly, but I know what I saw. I was being shown this document, and I was being shown, look at how fantastically large all of these numbers are. Isn't this great? That's what happened.
And on the document, did the defendant point out for you and make any statements about how much money you were expected to receive?
Yes, because that's included in the document.
Okay, and that, if we look at this document, it has your name at the top in a couple of different locations, but it also has the name Monica, and then Jessica and Isabella's names, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And along the left side of the document, there is different types of sources or types of properties, such as life insurance, P&G stocks, Merrill Lynch, Wells Fargo, profit-sharing retirement accounts, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And and percentages. Is that right?
That's right.
In each column for each person?
That's correct. Percentages for each of the beneficiaries and how much of what was being allotted to whom. That's
Okay.
correct.
And this was within a few days of your father's murder at this house. Is that
Yes,
right?
just a few days. Yep.
And from the version of the document that she showed you that day, who was getting the most amount of money? Which beneficiary was getting the largest portion?
Monica, the defendant.
So rule.
And did you have other conversations with the defendant that week about money?
Yes,
And who would bring that up?
she would.
And approximately how many times did she talk to you about money that week while you were in town?
That week, probably half a dozen. And then in the months leading up to the arrest, I would say 75% of every conversation was about money, and not just money in general, but specifically about the life insurance.
So after you returned home to Canada, you continued having conversations with the defendant?
Yes, I wanted to check in and just try and be strong for them and see how they're doing there, because I'm far away.
So did you regularly call or text?
I would regularly text. Yeah,
And who would you regularly text?
Monica.
Okay. More than you would so before your father's murder?
Yes.
Okay. And during the conversations that you would have with the defendant via text, was there also conversations that took place via phone?
Via phone call?
Yes.
I believe so, but it was mostly the text messaging that I recall. Yeah.
And you said most of those conversations, 75% of them, had to do with money and mostly life insurance.
Yes, it was about the life insurance, this document, and over time the different figures being filled in with actual numbers. So it was that. It was a lot of frustration over her not receiving her portion of the life insurance and the different things that they were trying to do, the tactics they were trying to do to get them to pay out. And then thirdly, the fact that they were struggling with money, I was told.
When you just narrated off like these topics, were these the topics of conversation that you had with the defendant
Yes.
after your father's death?
Correct. These were the topics of conversations I had with the defendant after my father's death. And like I said, the vast majority of them pertained to life insurance, money, and the lack of money on a day-to-day basis now that my dad was not around.
So she was complaining to you about the fact that she claimed she was having money problems.
That's right.
Did she complain to you that she was struggling over bills and things of that nature? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
That's overruled.
Did she ever tell you that she was getting your father's salary through Wella for a 6-month period after his death?
I was completely unaware of that until after she was arrested.
She never told you that?
I was never told. She never told me that.
Did she ever talk to you about her dealings with law enforcement? Les?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Early on, having people come over to identify jewelry to try and connect it with other cases.
Did she ever talk to you about the fact that she thought law enforcement was keeping things from her?
Overruled.
Yes.
And you said that she expressed frustration.
Mm-hmm.
What was she expressing frustration about?
Yes, so the frustration was starting to come up because I had received some of my life insurance as a beneficiary. And when this was mentioned, that's when the frustration came up, because one of the other beneficiaries, right, has received something and she had not. And so that was the source of the frustration.
And did she also express frustration to you that although you had been cleared by law enforcement, that she had not?
Yes.
Overruled.
During this period of time, did you express sympathy and support for the defendant?
Yes.
Was some of that based on your following of any of her social media accounts?
Yeah, sure.
And what was it on the social media accounts that caused you to feel a particular way?
Yeah, just the posts that came out after the murder, which all seemed to point towards the grieving widow. So lots of very sentimental, saccharine posts about their marriage and how great it was and how it was such a tragedy what happened. So yeah, a lot of people. These were highly visible posts being made.
They were public, right?
Yeah, people were seeing them, and of course, in the wake of what happened, and that my dad was popular on these channels as well. People were liking them and commenting and sympathizing. Yeah, absolutely.
And you did that,
of course. Yeah.
And you followed her posts.
Yes. Yeah.
You felt heartbroken for her.
Of course. Yeah. That's why, as I mentioned before, I'm calling. Reaching out, calling, connecting, just trying to check in and say, how are you, more often than not, more often than I did before, because of, in light of all of this stuff happening. So yeah, for sure, we were all grieving together and for her, for sure, at the time.
And you went out of your way to express that to your stepmother.
Yeah, for sure.
Would you say that after your father's murder, up until the time of her arrest, that you became, at least from your side, that you felt like you had become closer with the defendant?
Absolutely.
And subsequent to your you and your family coming to Los Angeles in the days following your father's murder, did the defendant and the girls and all of your family travel back to Toronto for various memorials, funerals, things of that nature with respect to your father?
That's correct. We all went back to Toronto and did a whole other set of funeral events, yeah.
Okay. And is that because your family, your father's side of the family, is in Canada?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, I have a photograph showing the defendant and the victim's 3 children in the back of a vehicle that we marked as People 76.
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you People 76. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yep.
And what is this?
We're in the back of some kind of black car service to the funeral, I believe. Yeah. The Big Daddy hats there. We all were wearing those. I was one of the pallbearers and was wearing the hat as well. So that's from that event.
And your 2 sisters are seated next to you along with your stepmother,
yes,
wearing the hat with the black veil?
That's right.
Now, what does Big Daddy refer to?
My dad's nickname.
Oh. So was he referred to as Big Daddy in the industry, and is that something you guys use?
Yeah, so I think it started with work because he was such a leadership type figure at work and very charismatic. And then, of course, infected just kind of everything else, adopted it into his persona, so to speak. And so we affectionately called him that, even as a family, in the family as well.
Okay. And so did you and the family have these hats made for purposes of the funeral?
Yes.
So that people that attended all could wear them if they wanted?
That's right.
All right. Now, you, after the defendant returned home with the girls back to the Los Angeles area, did you get a series of text messages from her with respect to money?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a series of 5 pages. It's titled Text Exchange Between Defendant and Luigi Sementilli, February 9th of 2017. At the bottom left corner, there appears to be the numbers 4 through 8. May these be marked, please, as People's 77, 78, 79, 80, and 81.
Very well.
Thank you. starting with Exhibit 77, which has a number 4 in the bottom left corner. At the very top, the very first line, February 9th, 2017, 8:55 p.m. This is UTC time, so from a phone number.
That's my phone number.
And it has your name right underneath.
It sure does.
And to the right, it says, "Hey Mo, how did things go today?" Mo, what is that? Who does that refer to?
That's the defendant, Monica.
Is that how you would refer to her?
Yes.
And your father, did he also refer to his wife, the defendant, as Mo?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. And does this, in fact, appear to be the first portion of a text exchange asking the defendant about how something went today?
Yes.
And did this have to do with a conversation that you had previously had with the defendant about the life insurance policy?
That's correct.
Showing you people 78 following along the second page. If we go to the top of 78, at 8:19, that same day, is this a communication that came in from the defendant to you with about numbers?
That's correct.
And then subsequent to that, at 8:20, did you text her, "Okay, Mo, have a good night"?
Yes, I did.
All right. And then she texted you, "You too." Is that right?
That's correct.
Showing you Exhibit 79 that has a number 6 in the bottom left corner. February 9th, 8:26:04 p.m. Is this, again, a message from the defendant to you?
That's correct.
And she is texting you, "Big numbers, unbelievable. I'm at Best Buy. When I get home, I'll text you pic of what you have coming so far, but then delete it."
That's correct. I received that message.
Okay. And so she was telling you to delete the picture she was going to send you?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, she was. She was going to send me a picture related to life insurance and then requesting that I delete the picture once I receive it.
Okay. And subsequent to that, we see at 8:26 and 32 seconds p.m. you responded, "Okay, I will." Is that right?
That's right.
Showing you People's 80. Another exchange of text messages coming in February 9th at 9 p.m. There's a JPEG or a photograph, and then underneath at 9:03 and 14 seconds p.m. Again, there's a message coming in to you. Is that right?
That's right.
And is this from the defendant?
That's correct.
And so here she wrote you, "Question marks are the unknown. So more is coming. As it stands, girls are lower percentages plus your Manulife. Is Manulife the policy that you told us about is required by law in divorce settlements in Canada?"
That's correct.
"Great investments also, and life insurance is not taxable!" Exclamation point, and then a photograph. That photograph, is that what we see here to the right?
That's correct.
Okay. So this shows, again, a picture that the defendant sent to you with a breakdown showing 25%, 20%, and another 20%, and a total of $259,792,000.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
So this is what she sent you and asked you to delete. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Showing you People's 81. It has a 8 in the lower left-hand corner. February 9, 2017, 9:04 and 56 seconds p.m., is this a message from you back to Monica?
Yes.
And in this, did you say, okay, I'll delete it, we know the rest tomorrow?
That's correct.
And then she responded at 9:06 and 13 seconds back to you?
Yes.
Saying, no, Monday is phone call meeting so we can all know the question marks.
That's correct.
When you said that the defendant would send you various versions of that initial document and then fill in portions, that's when I was showing you People 75, correct?
Correct.
And so she would send you various versions of this document and have question marks put in certain areas?
That's correct. And then over time, as I saw new versions, those question marks were filled in with the actual accurate figures.
Your Honor, I have another document which appears to be a text exchange dated March 16, 2017 at 2:45 p.m. May this document be marked, please, as People's 82?
It may.
Thank you. Showing you People's 82. Is this, again, a text message that you received from the defendant on March 16th of 2017 at 2:45 and 59 seconds p.m.?
Yes.
And did she direct you to call her when you received a particular image or JPEG file?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have a photograph of that JPEG file. May it be marked, please, as People's 83?
Yes.
With respect to People's 82, Your Honor, for the record, there appears to be an 11 in the left hand, a red box with the number 11 in the left-hand corner. Bottom. Showing you People's 83. Does this appear to be a copy of the image the defendant sent you on March 16th?
Yes, if you could put the other one back for a second. Yes, that is the one.
Okay. If I turn this document on its side, does this appear to be, once again, a portion of that initial document the defendant showed you when you were in Los Angeles with numbers filled in and columns for you and both your sisters?
That's correct.
Now, in approximately, or on February 28th of 2017, do you recall the defendant being in Toronto and meeting with her?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And where did you meet up with her? Where was she staying?
It would have been at her mother's house in Woodbridge.
Okay. And Woodbridge is a suburb?
Yeah, it's in the Greater Toronto area.
And so you went to see her and the girls when they came in to town?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes, yeah.
Okay. And during that period while she was in Toronto, during the week of February 28th of 2017, and did you see her and the girls during that time period?
That's correct.
Okay. And did the defendant tell you during that time period that she was liquidating some stock options?
So,
Yes, I was told that stock options were being liquidated. to the effect of, I believe it was $100,000 or so, and I was asked by the defendant if I would relinquish my portion of what was due to me, because I was to receive more than my sisters.
That was because of the Manulife policy?
Sorry, say again?
Because of the Manulife policy?
Yeah, yes, because of the Manulife policy and the way the percentages were in general, it looked like I was due to receive more than my sisters. But regardless, I was asked to relinquish my portion of that stock option.
Okay. And so this was did the defendant tell you that this stock options were through P&G, Procter & Gamble?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so the defendant asked if you would give up your portion of your of the P&G stock options so that your sisters could have more.
That's correct.
And did the defendant tell you that she needed you to do this because she indicated she was having financial problems?
It's getting close.
I'll ask it another way. Did the defendant tell you why she wanted you to give up your portion of the stock options?
Yes.
And why was that?
Yes, it was because they're struggling financially and I'm due to receive more than the others.
So, it's time to take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The evidence applies. I'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
All right, so we heard from, I'll take the poll down in a second. Let me just get through this first two witnesses. We heard from the cross of Elise Bluel, who was the friend. Let's see, Deborah was contacting people on the phone. Elise told detectives that Monica was sobbing. Did Monica express any concern about staying in the house? No. Did you voice any concerns about staying in the house that week? She said no, because there were a lot of people that were there. Told the detectives that you were scared. She agreed to that because they said the working theory was that it was a burglary because the news had reported it was a burglary. The local news the next morning, so she gave interviews. Elise gave interviews to the local news and then 48 hours. She was not getting a response from Monica after she was texting her. She never saw her grieving because she wasn't around her. And then the redirect said she liked to go out, dress up, and have guys hit on her. This was right after Fabio was deleted. It seems odd that if you're grieving and you have other guys hit on you, that seems odd, but everybody grieves in their own way. People were in the house that first week. She said she never spent the night. So she was okay being in the house because other people were in the house. It's a huge difference. And then she never spent the night. She was sobbing. Sobbing was more so upset she couldn't talk. And then she demonstrated she was like, one of those things. And then Luigi Sementilli comes on, the son. Oh, I feel so sorry for this guy. So he's 32. Seems like a cool guy. He's from Niagara Falls, Canada. Vanda is his mother. They got married, meaning Vanda and Fabio got married in 89. They were together for, he said, till about 94, 95. Then they show a photo of the two of them at school at St. Catherine's in Niagara Falls. And that was from 2016. That's the last time Fabio visited him at that school. He said they had a close relationship. Then, due to the divorce agreement, he visited every other weekend until Fabio moved to L.A., and that was Monica as well. He said he had a fine relationship with Monica, but he called her Zia, which is basically named for aunt or an older person you respect. He did not call her mom, or he called her Monica or Mo, as we found out later. He said that he heard fighting on more than one occasion. It was always about extramarital affairs from Monica. One that he remembers, he was about 9 or 10, and Fabio found a text, and Monica was being defensive. Another one, he said they were in a car. He was 12 or 13. Jessica was there, his stepsister, half-sister, however you want to say it. She was about 6 or 7, and Jessica let slip that Monica was flirting with somebody at a store multiple times. So we've heard a couple things about Fabio being having an affair. We're definitely hearing about Monica having an affair. That's a no-brainer. But we did hear some things that Fabio had an affair, but only I think from Monica. We haven't actually heard third-party independent. He said Monica was the boss. She had control of the finances. She made the tuition payments. Let's see. He stayed when he visited LA from Toronto. He stayed at their home. He brought his girlfriend when he was there. A couple times. They stayed in the upstairs computer room. The thing that changed the most, he said, when he visited in 2016, there was a lot more time spent on her tablet or the phone while she was on the couch in the living room. She was like glued to a device. If she wasn't there, she was at the gym, and he remembers one time she came late to a dinner. They were all out as a family, and she came late. That's pretty rude. Yeah, I'd be like, more involved with people from the gym than with the family. They would go on a daily basis. They would go to the gym. He said he did go with her to the gym once, and she was introduced to a male friend, but he didn't remember the name. Then he talks about the red Fiat that they bought, and that was Isabella's car. And Monica came home saying she was bragging that she had thrown a tantrum at the dealership to get a better deal on the car. She was just spending a lot less time in the backyard, and that's where his dad would sit in that one specific chair. He did say he had Luigi said he had a close relationship with his sisters. That's Jessica and Isabella. And he talked separately from Dad, obviously, and he would follow them on social. They would talk on social like we all do, and on the phone. He graduated in January of 2017. I'm sorry, he was in grad school. He didn't graduate. He was in grad school, second semester, getting a master's in philosophy. He got a phone call from Jessica. He said she was freaking out that someone had just offed Dad. And he said, let me talk to Dad. He couldn't process it, poor guy. And then he said they hung up, and then another call came in, and he said he called Dad's line in between, and there was no answer. Ugh, that must have been terrible, right? And then Jessica called back, and she was like passing him around. Deborah Obad, that's a cool name. Deborah Obad. Some of these names in this trial. Corey Hawk, Deborah Obad. There's definitely some good ones. So she was the neighbor, and she relayed from Monica, said Monica's freaking out about money and worried that they don't have any. There's money coming to Luigi, and therefore you will help out. So he said the general vibe was, don't worry, he'll give it to you, Monica. You've got to help them out, Luigi. So I guess the money's coming to you. You got to help them out. Then Monica got on the phone next. The first thing he said, she talked about life insurance money. There's money coming to you. You'll be able to buy a house and car. Money's coming in. Your dad took care of you. Lots of life insurance was up for grabs. It's a hefty life insurance policy. He had no idea about the insurance because he said his dad was young, right? I mean, if he was, what was he, like 25 or so? His dad couldn't have been more than 50 or something, right? Probably 50 to 55. I got to, wait, okay, so, he was 49. He's thinking Dad's healthy. No reason to think about life insurance. I didn't think about that, That was the only topic of conversation that night. Terrible. A couple hours after the murder would be generous. Meaning it was like almost within an hour or two. He was in complete shock. She asked, how did you feel? He's like, I couldn't get my feet underneath me. I was just, my life changed, as anybody would be feeling the same thing. He talked about the hyperventilating from Monica, so that same kind of, I can't believe that, that kind of thing. He said it was a point of contention, so he went out there, and it was a point of contention where he was staying. He assumed everyone was staying in a hotel, and he was surprised they were still in the home. He said when they arrived, meaning I believe he and his girlfriend got there, Monica handed him Dad's Rolex. Take whatever you want from the walk-in closet. And Monica asked him to come upstairs to the computer room. So he knows this computer room because that's where he would sleep when he visited. He said there was a document on the printer. It was a table of beneficiaries of estate and amounts due to be paid. He said, strange way she was petting the document like it was a precious thing. She's like, my precious. Oh my God. Strange way she was petting it. Monica was getting the largest portion. Come here, my precious. It is my precious. So I took a screenshot of it, and the house was $200,000. The mortgage loan was still $800,000. So it was like $3.3 million that they were going to get. Monica was going to get $1 million. Luigi was scheduled to get about almost $500,000, and then the daughters were $336,000 each. $336,000. So he was going to get more, but he's only going to get like $90,000 more. I mean, it's not like he was going to get $10 million. I just don't understand what she was thinking. Don't get that. Yeah, I mean, he was only going to get $90,000 more than the daughters, than his sisters. Let's see. Moving on from precious. Monica was getting the largest portion, which we just saw. More conversations throughout the week, but it was all about money. He said about 6 or so. 75% of the conversations was about the life insurance. Didn't know that Monica was receiving Fabio's salary. Yeah, he got 6 months, or she received. It sounds like an awesome place to work. That they gave him 6 months. They gave Monica 6 months salary still. Pretty amazing, right? Monica got frustrated because he was receiving money from the insurance, so he was cleared, right? He got cleared. The girls got cleared. The daughters got cleared, but Monica never got cleared. Seemed like the grieving widow and saccharin. Yeah, the social posts were like saccharin. Yeah, he's a philosophy major, marketing. He's a director of marketing, so he knows how to use words. He felt heartbroken due to the posts, and he tried to reach out, and then they showed the Big Daddy hats. He was a pallbearer. After the funeral, text messages about money continued. She one of the texts was like, big numbers, unbelievable. I'll text you pic of what you have coming so far, but then delete it. Why do you care? I mean, I get it, I've had people, pass away in my life, and money is offered, and it's it's always, I'm always grateful for that, but it's just it's like a double-edged sword. Yes, you're receiving some money, but you're receiving it because that person's no longer around anymore. I just don't understand why I do understand why she was acting like this, because she didn't care. She was like, yay, I'm free, I don't have to worry about it. But like I said, it's one thing you're not happy, but you're okay. I'm going to accept this. It's going to help, but I'm sad because of the circumstances surrounding it. Another one of the texts was life insurance is not taxable. Stocks were being liquidated, about $100,000, and he was asked to relinquish his portion, and these were through P&G. So give up your options so your sisters could have more. Monica told him they were struggling financially, and he was due to receive more. So give up your stock options so we can have it, So, all right, that gets us caught up. What do you guys think so far? Ozzy. Oh my God, the Big Daddy funeral hats. Is that not really weird? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I could see they're trying to honor him, I guess. I don't know. She wanted his money. Yep. Shirley Roth. She could have gotten a job. She could have. Eric Lieber. Unless you're in New Orleans, it's weird. JM says it's the last thing on your mind when someone close passes. It is. I know it has to be done. It has to be done. Like I said, we've had people in our lives pass. I mean, it has to be done. But you're just not thinking about that. And again, it's like, I'd rather have that person around still. I still want to talk to that person. The money, sure, it is. It is what it is, but I'd rather have that person around. Therapist, in a normal situation, I could see the hats being a celebration of life thing. That's true. Fala, I'm deleting the Big Daddy hats from my brain. Queen Olive, Ruth Ann. I know I'm getting an inheritance when my stepdad passes. Mom passed in 2022, but I don't care. It could be $10 or $100,000. I'd rather have my mom back. Yeah, I agree. Gina Farley, Luigi is a great witness. If you guys haven't voted yet, go ahead. I'll leave the poll up for a little bit longer. Baka of 3, she really had entitlement issues. Yeah. Widespread panic. We got $300,000 when my mother-in-law died. We used the money, of course, but no one in the family obsessed about it before the insurance company did their thing. Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's, I don't know, like I said, it is what it is. It can help you for sure, and put that money towards something, you know, like I got an inheritance and it helped us move into this house that we're, you know, so I always, you know, can think of that, you know, when Erin's had inheritance come into her, and, you know, it helps us, you know, we don't, I don't know, you'd rather have that person back. just the way I think that's the way it should be, right? You'd rather have that person back than their money. But anyway, Eric says, it's way cringe, guilty of murder and bad taste. Yeah, terrible bad taste. Oh no, Ozzy, I bet she called her bit on the side Big Daddy too. Gross, but yeah. Only fan, I'll pass every cent my dad leaves to my stepmom, but with Monica as a stepmom, goodness no. Yeah. Justice obsessed. If she wasn't getting his salary still, I could understand being concerned about paying bills. Yeah, I fully understand that, you know, absolutely. And I've been in that situation too, where somebody passes and you're so focused on that you can't, you know, your work sort of suffers a little bit, at least for the first week, 2-3 weeks. And then you're like, oh crap, I got to pay bills. Then the bills don't stop, you know, they don't stop coming. Yeah, Shirley, good point. Depends on how you become unalived as well. That is true. Oh, is Julie with us? Hey, Julie. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a good day. Julie. So, Kitty. Oh, you want Kitty? Time for Kitty. Kitty Cam. There's Kitty. Let's see. Kitty. Super Bowl. Oh, she's like, oh, there she is. Oh, okay. I kind of woke her up. I sort of woke her up. You can blame that on Fala. Fala, that's on you. Just kidding. All right. Therapist, you know, I request if I'm ever anybody's beneficiary to not even tell me. Nan R says, money can be a difficult thing after my mom died. I gave a lot of it to my mother-in-law. She needed it. I know. Super Ball Cam. Okay, all right. So Aaron did close it. Not a big deal. Aaron closed the poll. Itty Bitty says, 2 things my husband says, pay taxes and, yep, all we have in life. That is true. Those are the only 2 things that are constant in life is, yep. Yes, there she is, opposite of Tuxedo Kitty. All right, I got Polly's. I don't know if you can see her. She's like right back there. Yep. Polly's milling about outside. She probably wants to come in soon. Let's see. I just want to know what the final results were of our poll. Let me see. Aaron closed it, so let's see here.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Robert Harrell.
Did you close it?
ROBERT.
Okay. All right, so it was let's see, thoughts on Luigi. Fantastic witness. It's 80% of you thought he was a fantastic witness, average witness. 17 thought he was just average and should not have testified. Let's see. 2% of you thought he shouldn't testify. Interesting. All right. Fair. Who was the 2%? Who's the 2%er out there? No need to call people out. Let's see. Ozzy says, your father, Big Daddy, was red rummed, but you've got lots of money and not taxable. She's unbelievable. I know, right? All right, I think I got to go let Paul in. All right, Super Ball. Here's a Super Ball moment. We can get, okay, here she is. Oh, here's your go girl. Here's your go girl. Okay. Yeah, there, Super Ball. All right, I'm going to put this back in just in case trial comes back. Okay. Hey guys, want to come in? Oh. Come on, Rafa. Come on. Okay. Hey. Oh, keys. Yeah. You're trying to keep. Look at the camera.
Supervisor will commonly assign lead detective, subject system, assign detective,
You see that?
array of their responsibility is to focus primarily on
Until the defendant is present, all counsel are present, jury and alternates are present. Mr. Sementilli, you are still under oath, and people may continue with their direct examination.
When the family flew back to Toronto from Los Angeles, as we discussed, for the various funeral events, was there a disagreement or a something that the defendant decided to do relative to your father's funeral that upset the family?
Yeah. So the defendant was saying that my dad had always wanted to be cremated. On my dad's side, everyone was a little bit puzzled by this. Hadn't heard him say that before, nor had I heard him say that before. But at the time, we weren't in a position to be challenging the authority of, what we thought was a grieving widow. So that ended up being what happened. He was cremated, and even to this day, a lot of people in the family are just like another question, another puzzled moment as to why and how that. Yeah.
So you had never had your dad had never said to you that his wish was to be cremated.
He never said that to me. No. Not
And
once.
had anybody in your family, your father's family, ever been cremated before?
No.
And so when you all flew back to Toronto, the defendant had your father cremated?
That's correct.
I have a photograph of this particular witness holding, it looks like what might be an urn, if it could be marked as people's next in order.
84.
Showing you People's 84. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yep.
Hello.
What do we see here?
That's me holding an urn that has my father's ashes in it.
And was that photograph taken at one of the funeral events back in Canada?
That's correct. This is the Queen of Heaven mausoleum.
Queen of Heaven mausoleum?
That's correct.
Okay. During this February 28th of 2017 visit, when you said that the defendant mentioned that she was liquidating your father's P&G stock options that were somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000 and wanted you to give up your portion. Did you go with her to a bank in Toronto?
I sure did. It was a TD bank.
What is a TD bank?
I believe it's Toronto Dominion. It's like one of the bank branches in Canada.
Okay. And was it just you and the defendant?
That's correct.
And what was your purpose, or what was the defendant's purpose in going to TD Bank that day?
Yes, I was tagging along as she was going to close an account specifically to look into a safety deposit box that was still there in the name of the estate or in my dad's name.
Okay. And so you accompanied the defendant to the bank to look in your father's security or safety deposit box?
That's correct.
Was there anything inside?
The box was empty.
And the defendant say anything?
The defendant, yes. When the box was opened and even leading up to the box, there was kind of like this anticipation of this moment of, was the defendant going to find out that my dad was living some secret life or something like that, which of course is not the case. And then when the box was opened, and on the way home it was remarked again, okay, so he didn't have any kind of secret life. And that was the end of that. Yeah.
So she said, when you say it was said, you're meaning she said, the defendant said?
That's right.
No secret life.
Yes, there was concern about whether maybe there was one leading up to opening the box. When the box was opened and revealed to be empty, it was then remarked again afterwards, okay, so then there was no secret life. So there was a concern about this, yeah.
By the defendant?
By the defendant, that's correct.
Or at least as far as what she expressed to you?
That's correct.
All right. And did your father and the defendant ever talk to you about a corporation that your father founded under the name LGI Consulting?
Yes, they did mention it to me. LGI Industries, I can't remember the name of the thing, but LGI, yes, it was this business entity that they had put together, and it was mentioned to me because of the name LGI, which are the first initials of myself and my two half-sisters.
Okay. I have a photograph, Your Honor, of a Wells Fargo Visa card in the name of the defendant. May this be marked, please, as People's 85.
Yes.
Showing you People's 85, LGI Consulting. Is this the company that you discussed both with the defendant and your father prior to his death?
LGI, that is correct, yes.
And LGI stands for Luigi, Jessica, Isabella?
That's correct.
You don't know what type of consulting business it was, correct?
I don't know the purpose of creating this entity, but yeah.
Thank you. Now, after the defendant returned to the United States, after the various funeral events and then this February 28th visit, did the defendant ever tell you that she had purchased a new Fiat?
I believe that was after a car accident that my half-sister Isabella had gotten into, and then another white Fiat was purchased for her, yes.
And that, again, was told to you by the defendant that she purchased a new white Fiat?
Correct.
Because Isabella had had a traffic collision in the red Fiat?
That's correct.
And did the defendant also tell you that she turned in Fabio's truck, your father's truck, sold his Porsche? She mentioned any of those things?
One moment. Again, I will never rule on an objection prior to the end of the question. You can finish your question.
Did the defendant ever mention to you whether she had ever turned in your father's truck?
Yes.
What did she say?
The other vehicles were sold, and they got the Mustang.
Okay. Did she also tell you that what she did with your father's Porsche?
That it was sold, I believe.
And that she bought a new Mustang?
Yes.
Did you receive, after the defendant's arrest, a phone call from a Detective Parshall with the LAPD?
Yes.
in June of 2017.
Yep.
And after he told you that the defendant had been arrested, did you tell Detective Parshall about the fact that the defendant had, subsequent to your father's murder, constantly brought up the subject of money and life insurance?
Yes.
Did you also tell him that the defendant, as you've told this jury, had claimed that the police were withholding information from her?
That's correct.
And did you also tell Detective Parshall about the fact that the defendant had asked you to give up your share of your inherited stock options that your father left to you?
That is correct.
Did you also tell him about the conversation that you had within an hour or two of your father's murder with the defendant and Deborah Obad about the life insurance money coming to you?
That's correct.
Have you spoken to the defendant since her arrest in June 14th of 2017?
I have not.
Sometime at the end of June or even into July of 2017, did you receive a communication from your sister Jessica?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Jessica communicate to you?
Jessica.
So it's overruled on both grounds.
Go ahead.
Yep. Jessica texted me and said, "Mom wants to talk to you."
Okay. And what was your response?
I said no.
So she told you that the defendant wanted to call you from jail?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry, that's yes.
And you declined?
And I declined.
Would it be fair to say that the defendant's arrest and some of the information that you and your family received has caused a large
Relevance, argumentative.
Finish your question, please.
rift in your family?
It's overruled on the second ground and the first.
I can answer?
Sure.
Yeah, not only would it be fair to say that, but it's absolutely the truth. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have a very limited relationship at this point with your two sisters?
That's correct.
Since the defendant's arrest, have they come to Canada to visit you and your father's family at all?
A few times, yeah.
They visited with your father's side of the family?
Sorry, good point. Let me clarify. When they come to town, they'll make time to go out to lunch with me, but they don't speak or see the rest of my dad's family. It's me and one other cousin, my cousin Daniel, that they will tolerate as like a safe space for when they visit and we go out to lunch. But other than that, no, they don't talk to my dad's side of the family whatsoever and haven't in almost 8 years.
Prior to your father's murder, what would you have said was the most important thing to him?
Family, yeah. Family and myself and my two half-sisters. And yeah, even before, when we were kids, he would always say, those aren't your half-sisters, those are your sisters.
So stand on the first ground.
I have nothing further.
Ms. Burke?
Good morning, Mr. Sementilli.
Good morning.
Mr. Sementilli, when the court recessed just now, there was a break in the proceedings. Did you go and speak with the...
You move the picture, please. Thanks. I'm sorry.
What did you do during the break?
I went to the bathroom, I got a bottle of water, and I sat here.
Okay. Did you speak to the prosecutor or the detectives in the case?
When I was in the Hollywood with them, yes, they told me that I was doing a good job, and that's it.
Okay. So you didn't discuss anything about any of the facts in the case or any of your testimony?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Sementilli, am I...
Good answer.
Oh, sorry, the answer is no.
And am I correct? You've met a number of times, you've spoken a number of times to the prosecutors in the case?
Over the last 8 years, yes, I have.
How many times?
Over the last 8 years, probably a dozen times.
Okay. And have you ever met with them?
This is my second time meeting them in person.
Okay. And the first time was when?
Was Baker's sentencing.
Okay. And Mr. Sementilli, am I correct that you, the first time you ever had any discussions with the police or prosecutors was after your stepmom's arrest? Is that right?
Correct. I would say that's correct. I got a call from, I believe it was Parshall, one of the detectives on the case, and that was right after the arrest. Yeah.
You received a call from Detective Parshall.
I believe it was, yeah.
Informing you that they had arrested your stepmom.
Yes.
And that was shocking to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You had never, during this whole period of time since your dad had been killed, ever reached out at any time to the detectives, correct?
No.
You
Myself,
never
no.
made any mention of anything that you thought was unusual or strange to the detectives in the case about your stepmom, correct?
Did I bring anything to their attention that I thought was unusual or strange? No. At the time, when you're grieving like that, you don't put those pieces together immediately, right? It's a lot easier to do that after the fact.
After they've told you that they're accusing your stepmom of
Absolutely.
this terrible thing.
Right, yeah, but then once you go back and start recollecting, it becomes very clear. The puzzle pieces fit together very easily. So at the time, no, but once I heard this advancement in the case, the clouds cleared and things started making sense again.
I see. And that was also after the detectives called you and told you their opinions about the case, correct?
That was in the same phone call.
Okay. And when they called you, they didn't just tell you that your stepmom had been arrested. They told you that they believed your stepmom had been having an affair with the man who had murdered your dad, correct?
That's correct. They gave me all of the details of the case as they put it together.
Their theory, their opinions about what the evidence was in the case, correct?
They relayed to me the evidence of the case.
They told you also their opinion in that phone call, telling you that Monica Sementilli had been arrested, that they believed that she had done this for insurance, correct?
That's correct. Now, I had asked them as well, because it's my stepmom at the time, and I said to them, in your professional opinion, could this be a mistake? What's going on here? How does it look from your perspective, everything you know? And then, yes, they, of course, gave their opinion on the matter, which is that it was a very damning case with a lot of evidence, which I also saw as well.
They told you that. They thought it was a very damning case with a lot of evidence.
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, you questioned the detective about the insurance, about some kind of financial motive. You, at the time, when you spoke to the detective, said that she's just not that kind of person any more than anyone else in my family. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying that, no. Yeah.
Okay. But you had questions about the theory that was being presented to you that somehow Monica had done this for insurance.
Yeah, so when you get a call at midnight from a detective, right, across the continent, and all of this information is being dumped on you, of course I want to know, I outside of what they have to tell me, I want to get an inkling of what they think as a person. And that's why I asked them. I didn't ask it because I didn't ask it because I was skeptical of these things. I asked it because I wanted more information and wanted to hear get under the bonnet, so to speak, of what this detective thinks, as opposed to what they're doing this courtesy call for me to tell me this update. So yeah, it was not so much questioning them because I didn't believe it. I was questioning them to get more information.
But you also told them that your aunt, Morella, and Marco were having trouble believing it as well, correct?
I told
the detective
that so when I spoke to the detective, in that phone call was the first time I was told about all of this, so I wouldn't have had a chance to speak with my aunt or Marco at that point.
But later, after you did, you had a conversation with the detectives about their questioning whether Monica could be involved, correct?
I'm not able to recall that off the top of my head here. If you had do you have a transcript of some kind that I can refresh myself with? I don't recall.
Well, if you don't recall it, you don't recall it.
Okay.
Do you recall it?
Repeat it again. Do I recall what exactly?
Do you recall ever discussing with the detectives that your Aunt Morella and Marco were also questioning whether there was really some kind of financial motive here?
I want to say no, because as soon as the arrest happened, from our family perspective, it was bittersweet. Bittersweet because we've lost another family member, but bitter because we lost a family member. On the other end, sweet because the stars did align and we did see the truth in this case. Okay. So we weren't. I don't believe we were. If a phrase was uttered like that.
Let me rephrase.
Your Honor, I would ask the witness to be able to finish his answer.
Finish your answer, sir.
Sure. Let's say a statement was made like that to one of the detectives. I think we were just kind of doing our due diligence to say, like, is there a 1%, is there a 5% chance that this is a mistake? We were all on the same board. We kind of all understood and believed that what was presented as the case and the evidence is the case.
Okay. But it's fair to say, and I just want to be fair,
yep,
that you were shocked when the detective called you up, correct?
Was I shocked? Yes, I was shocked, but I wasn't in disbelief. Let's put it that way, yeah.
And Mr. Sementilli, am I correct that it was only after that phone call that you were ever interviewed about anything you had observed or experienced with Monica after you were told by the detectives that they believed she had committed this murder, was involved, and it was for a financial reason?
When Monica was arrested was when I started being interviewed about my experiences with the defendant.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
Yes, it was after that is what I'm asking.
Yes, that's right. Before she was arrested, I was under the impression that it was what it appeared to be, which was, a home invasion. And so I was not interviewed by detectives prior to Monica being arrested.
And you had one interview by detectives, correct?
I believe it was, so it was the call from Parshall, which was really late at night, my time, and I believe one other call, which was then recorded as well. I think it was just those two calls, I want to say. One where he gave me the news that Monica was arrested, and then another one which was an interview, I believe.
An interview. And that interview was fairly lengthy?
I believe so. I want to say 45 minutes, something like that.
And you told them the truth, yes?
Of course.
Okay. And you described anything that you believed was important or relevant to what they were investigating?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sementilli, you, for the very first time, earlier today in your testimony, said that your dad and your stepmom actually had arguments that you overheard.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
And you described two instances where you were certain that there was an argument of some kind.
That's correct.
And that was about, you said, about infidelity. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you testified earlier that these two instances occurred over 20 years prior to your dad being killed?
I would say 15. Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to be sure I'm correct. The first incident you described where there was any conflict between your dad and your stepmom, you said, I think you were around 9 or 10 years old?
Correct.
And there was some kind of text and you overheard a discussion?
Yes.
Okay. And you would have been 9 or 10 years old how long before your dad was killed?
Say again? Oh, when was this?
Yeah,
when would
when
this
did
have
this
been?
happen? Yeah.
This would have been probably around the year 2000.
So you would have been about 15 years old.
In the year 2000, I would have been 8 years
I'm sorry,
old.
you would have been 9 or 10 years old.
Yeah, around 2000, 2001, 8, 9, 10, something around that ballpark. Yeah.
Okay. And that would have been 15 years that your dad and your stepmom had been married since then before he was killed, correct?
That's right. Yep.
And the other instance you spoke about today for the first time was about something when you say you were about 12 years old?
Yeah, 12 or 13.
Okay. And that would have been about 13 years before your dad had been killed,
Yeah,
correct?
04, 05, something like that.
Okay. And those were the only times that you recall ever having heard any conflict or instance of argument about any kind of infidelity or other matter.
Those were not the only times to my memory, but those are two times that stick out in my memory that I can attest to, and I remember. I can close my eyes and imagine being there. But there were domestic disputes that happened occasionally. These two were about infidelity. I remember them specifically, but there were other occasions too, and yeah.
So one when you were 9 or 10,
Yeah.
and one when you were about 12.
There were at least these two incidents, yes.
And you said that your stepsister Jessica was 6 at the time?
Yeah,
And that she was talking about her mom flirting?
that's right.
Okay. And you said there were other instances of domestic conflict. What were they?
Yeah, just, when you're an only child, sort of growing up and being in a house and spend a lot of time alone in your room, you hear what everyone in the house is talking about. So there were many, many occasions when I overheard discussions like this, discussions about infidelity. Now, in instances in where they erupted into like a bigger argument, these two that we've discussed come to me immediately off the top of my head are, for some reason, core memories for me. I don't know why. But there were, there's always murmurings and discussions and stuff going on, remarks that are made about someone's boyfriend and, stuff like that. So
And this was all when everybody was living in Canada, right?
that's correct.
And how old were you when they moved to Los Angeles?
I was, I believe, 18. I was 18 years old. 18 or 19.
18 or 19. And that was how many years before your dad was killed?
It was about 6 or 7 years.
6 or 7 years before your dad was killed.
Yes. Yeah.
And you, before your dad was killed, and it sounds like after, you had a fairly good relationship, it would be fair to say, with Monica?
I wouldn't say a good relationship. I would say it could have been a lot worse. That's for sure. We were friendly. We had a friendly relationship, but I wouldn't say we weren't close. in any respects like that. You know, whenever there's a step parent, step kid relationship, there's always some, you know, there's always a bit of animosity there. But could have been a lot worse, that's for sure.
Animosity by who, Mr. Sementilli?
From both parties, probably. I mean, I have more than one step parent even, so maybe, you know, I reflect on this stuff a lot more. But there's always a little bit of animosity that kind of gets in the way in that relationship with you and that person. I'm sure there are instances of people who have great relationships with their step parents. But for me, it was as what you would expect with a step parent. Yeah.
Okay. What was your animosity against your stepmom?
Just that this person's not my mom. Just like the same situation on my mom's side as well. You know, just that something happened that caused my family to not be like everyone else's family. So.
And your mom and your mom and your dad had gotten a divorce, correct? And your dad then married Monica, correct?
Yes, correct.
But that is what you're describing as the animosity.
It's kind of hard to describe. It's hard because it's like you know, it's like a wart that's always there, and it's the evil stepmother wart that's always there on your relationship, so to speak, right? There's always a mustache on the Mona Lisa with that relationship. It wasn't ever going to be like a true guardian and someone who needs guarding. It was just your run-of-the-mill step-mom, step-kid relationship, full of, you know, angst growing up and a little bit of resentment, but overall friendliness, and could have been a lot worse.
Okay. Mr. Sementilli, you described having come to Los Angeles in the fall of 2016 for a visit, correct?
That's correct.
And this was the fall before...
Sorry to correct you. I visited in August.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
That was my mistake. In August of 2016. Mm-hmm. And your dad was killed in January, right?
Of 2017, that's right.
Yes, okay. And you stayed in Los Angeles for 3 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you stay?
I stayed mostly in that upstairs office area.
Okay.
Where they had a bed there, yeah.
Okay, and that was with your girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And you stayed there for just a vacation? There was some purpose, or just to visit with your family?
Just to see my family, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Sementilli, you described some kind of incident where you said Monica had gone out and purchased a Fiat. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Was that incident you're describing when your dad and Monica went out to get the car?
No.
Your dad wasn't with her?
My dad was not there.
At all?
Monica came in from the garage and said that she bought a new Fiat, and then the rest of the story about the tantrum to get the better deal, manipulate the dealership people to get a lower cost.
So Monica came in from the garage, but your dad and Monica had gone to the dealership to purchase the Fiat, correct?
I can't attest to that. To my knowledge, Monica went to the dealership.
So you don't know whether your dad was there?
I don't think my dad was there. I was not told my dad was there. My dad, I presumably, would have been at work when this was going on because it was during the day. She came in and told me the story through a tantrum for the dealership. And in fact, if my dad was there, I don't think the tantrum would have happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
But setting aside what you think or don't think about
Sure.
what somebody else would have done.
Yeah.
You don't know one way or the other whether your dad accompanied your stepmom to the dealership that day, correct? You don't know.
Overall.
I was never told that my dad went to that dealership with Monica.
Fair
It was
enough.
my understanding that Monica went to that dealership on her own, and she was the only one there.
Fair enough. Mr. Sementilli, you talked earlier about learning about your dad's death. And I just want to ask you a few questions about this. You described how you first got a call from Jess, correct?
Yep.
And that's your stepsister?
My half-sister,
I'm
Jessica.
sorry, your half-sister. And you didn't at first believe that it was real,
Yep.
and you actually tried to call your dad?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point you called Jess back?
I either called Jessica back or Jessica called me back. It was one of the two. But yes, the phone conversation restarted itself. Yep.
Okay. And you're not sure whether she called you back or you called her back, but you got on the phone with Jessica.
Yes.
And what did you talk about?
So the first time when she answered the phone, she said, "Oh my God, you have to help someone kill Dad." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I thought I don't know, they were up to some hijinks, who knows. And then slowly kind of realized, okay, this is not like a call I've received before. I said, just slow down, let me talk to Dad. Of course, that's not going to happen. So then I believe that's when I hung up, tried to call my dad's, no answer. And then after that, ended up being back on the phone again through Jessica's cell phone number. And then speaking with Jessica, yeah, not much was said. She said someone killed him, someone slit his throat, and then the phone was passed off to Deborah Obad.
Okay. Before it was passed off to Deborah Obad, Mr. Sementilli, when you were talking to Jessica, it's fair to say she was hysterical?
Jessica was freaking out, yeah.
Okay. And I think you described at the time she was overwhelmed.
That would seem appropriate, the appropriate word to use, yeah.
Okay, okay. And how long were you speaking to Jessica before she passed the phone off, as you said?
Not long, with a matter of seconds.
Okay. And then you got on the phone with who you've described as Deborah Obad, correct?
Yep.
And you knew Deb, correct?
Yes.
You were friendly with Deb?
I was friendly with Deb, yes.
And Deb was a friend of your mom and dad's? Or stepmom and dad's?
Deborah was a friend of my dad and Monica, yes.
Okay. Both of them?
Yes.
Okay. And you had seen her frequently at the house?
When I visited California, Deborah would appear, yeah, once every few days, yeah.
Okay. And you had spent any time with Deborah prior?
Yeah, for sure. In the backyard, chatting. She had recently adopted a son. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And when you got on with Deborah that night, it was Deborah. Well, let me ask you, what did Deborah tell you exactly?
Deborah said, she's trying to explain the situation to me because Jessica was hysterical, and that's all who I had spoken to at that point. So Deborah comes on and is slowly, as best as she can, explaining to me what's going on. And then the conversation turns
I'm
to
sorry.
money.
Let me stop you. I was asking you what she said to you. So she was explaining what was going on. What was she saying to you as best you can recollect?
Yes, it looks like people broke in. Your dad is dead. There are cops here. Yeah, stuff like that.
Anything else that she said to you?
Then talking about money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before she started talking to you about money, did she say anything else about your dad's killing or anything to do with that?
Yes, like I said, when Jessica handed off the phone in hysterics, Deborah came on the phone and explained to me slowly and calmly what was happening at the house there at the moment, which is the killing.
Okay. And then you said she started talking to you about money?
Yes, then money became the topic of conversation.
As best you can, Mr. Sementilli, what do you recall Deborah Obad said to you about money in that call?
So Deborah said, Monica is freaking out about money because her and the girls are not going to have any. Now that my dad's gone and there's no paycheck. Then Deborah tells me, you, which is me, have a lot of life insurance coming to you. and that I said to Monica, Deborah says to Monica, that Lou will help with money by giving some of this to them. And I'm on the other phone like, okay. I just don't really know what to say at the moment, but that's what happened.
Let me ask you about that. So it was Deborah who said, you have a lot of life insurance coming.
I was on the phone with Deborah, so yes.
And she said that to you?
She said that to me.
And Deborah told you that you had some kind of policy that money was coming directly to you?
Yes, through conversations she must have had with other people who knew, presumably Monica. Yes, she was telling me about this life insurance that's coming to me separate because of my dad's previous marriage. And that was also specifically mentioned, yes.
Okay, by Deborah.
By Deborah.
And you don't know at that point or any point where she got that information. You just know that Deborah was the one who was telling you that there was a separate life insurance policy and you were going to be a beneficiary of that.
Yes, and that I was to give some of this to Monica.
You're saying that Deborah, in that phone call, told you that you were supposed to give money to Monica?
Yes, and not even that I was supposed to, but that she assured Monica that I would.
She told you that, Deborah told you that she had assured Monica that you would give her money from your life insurance.
That's correct.
And that was that very first phone call?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're sure of that?
I'm correct. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
So it was Deborah who told you about a separate life insurance policy, and it was Deborah who said to you that you should give some of the money to Monica from that life insurance policy.
So just that last part, the language, it was already presumed that I was going to give the money.
So she told you were going to give the money?
Yes. So it was almost as if Deborah was recounting a conversation she had with Monica to me.
But you don't know that, right?
I don't know what.
You don't know that Monica and Deborah ever had a conversation, correct?
I don't know it with absolute certainty.
Correct.
However, she knew things that she couldn't have possibly known without.
Your Honor, I would object. He's speculating about
This thing.
Your Honor,
I ruled. I.
Thank you. Mr. Sementilli, in that first call where Deborah, you said, told you in a way that presumed you were going to give money from this separate insurance policy that you never knew anything about to Monica. You, in fact, later complained to the detectives that you thought it was presumptuous of Deborah Obad to tell you something about giving money, as if it was she expected you to do it, correct?
Correct. What was presumptuous was that she was answering on my behalf about something that I didn't know about or even know that, I just thought this is a little bit strange topic of conversation to be happening an hour after my father was murdered. Yes, very strange to bring this up at all, yeah.
Okay. And isn't it true, Mr. Sementilli, that when Deborah at some point passed the phone to Monica, what she said to you was, don't worry, your dad's going to take care of you, or your dad is taking care of you. Isn't that correct?
I can restate what was said to me if you'd like.
Yes.
Yes. So when the phone was...
First of all, is that correct that she said your dad's going to take care of you?
Counsel, when you say she,
I'm
which
sorry,
of the two women are you referring to?
Miss Sementilli.
When Monica came on the phone,
Yes.
she said, your dad took care of you, there's lots of money coming to you, you'll be able to buy a house, you'll be able to buy a car.
Okay. She talked to you about continuing in school?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So your dad's going to take care of you. There'll be money to buy a house, money to go to school.
There's money coming to you,
Okay.
yeah.
And she never said anything about life insurance, correct?
No, this is what she's talking about. She's talking about the life insurance.
No, you believed it was what she was talking about, but she never said anything about life insurance specifically, correct?
So whether or not she said those two words, life and insurance, to me, it didn't matter because I knew what she was talking about,
Okay.
especially the fact that Deborah was on a moment before talking about this life insurance. So yes, she was talking about the life insurance.
Thanks for being clear about that.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. And after she told you this, did you have any other conversation with Monica?
That night, specifically?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Okay. And when you were on the phone with Monica, you said she was hyperventilating?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you tell me the conversation lasted how long?
It wasn't very long. It was 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Okay. So you made immediate plans to come down to Los Angeles?
After the murder?
Yes.
As a family, we came down, yeah.
Yes. Okay. And you got down there when?
I don't remember the exact day. I'm sure this is all on the record there. I attended the events that were here. Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, you stayed how long when you were down in Los Angeles?
For that funeral, I want to say it was probably like 5 days, 5 or 6 days, and then we all went back to Ontario.
And did you come back again?
The next time after that I came back to California was for Baker's guilty sentencing, which was 2 years ago.
Okay. So between the time you came down, you never came back to Los Angeles after that first service that you came down to in Los Angeles, correct?
That's correct. I did not go again to Los Angeles between February of 2017 and July of 2023.
You testified earlier, Mr. Sementilli, about a separate life insurance policy that your dad had purchased where you were the sole beneficiary.
Yep.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
And you learned about that for the first time from Deborah Obad that night.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And your dad had purchased it after, I understand from the year of purchase, after he and Monica were together?
He got that life insurance after he and my mom separated. As per Canadian law, at the time, he had to set up that life insurance for me.
And he set up that life insurance after he and Monica were together, correct?
I don't know that. I don't know when it was set up. To my knowledge, it was about the divorce between him and my mom. So
I'm just asking you when, if you know.
Oh, I don't know when. So
Okay.
I didn't even know it existed until I received it. Basically. So,
Okay.
no, I don't know.
And once you knew it had existed, you learned that there was what kind of policy? You said a Manulife policy?
The company was Manulife, I believe. Yeah.
Manulife?
Manulife, yeah.
And you were the beneficiary, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And how much money was coming to you from that policy?
So that initial policy from my mom and dad's divorce from the early 90s was $150,000 Canadian.
$150,000 Canadian.
That's right.
And you actually, you learned of it the night he died, and you filed a claim with Manulife, correct, February 9th?
File a claim with Manulife?
Yes.
Did I file a claim with Manulife?
Yes.
I don't recall. What I remember is just a check showing up at my door, to be honest with you. I don't really recall reaching out or having an issue or having to deal with Manulife in that regard. I just remember it kind of just came to my door randomly one day.
Mr. Sementilli, when you filed the claim with Manulife, you received money from that claim?
Your Honor, I would object to Sue's tax matter.
I'm sorry.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. I'll go back. Mr. Sementilli, at some point you received a check from Manulife, correct?
That's correct. The $150,000 from Manulife that was set in life insurance when my mom and dad divorced.
And you received that in March of 2017.
It sounds correct. Yeah.
So you're saying that you're not sure who filed a claim or who asked that the monies be paid, but in March of 2017, in fact, you received the benefits from that life insurance policy.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, again. It assumes facts and
Sustained.
not evidence.
Did you receive money from Manulife for the insurance policy?
Objection. Ask and answer.
So,
Did you?
I did.
And you received that, you think, in March?
Around that time, yeah.
Okay. And you, in fact, made the claim and dealt with the claim yourself, correct?
Objection again, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered.
no, it assumes
Facts,
fact, not
not
evidence,
evidence.
counsel. Excuse me. Assumes fact, not evidence. Sustained.
Make the claim? Oh,
Do you recall how the claim was made?
no, I don't. I received a $150,000 check.
Counsel, there was no evidence that a claim was made.
Do you know how you were paid from the Manulife policy?
I received a check at my door with my name on it.
Okay. You, in fact, Mr. Sementilli, sent a series of texts to Miss Sementilli about you making a claim and processing a claim. Isn't that right?
It may have been the case that I had to send a death certificate.
Okay. Might it refresh your recollection to see the text where you're talking about processing the claim with Manulife?
By all means.
Okay.
Counsel, can I see?
Yes. Showing you,
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. This is not inconsistent, so it's not impeachment, and therefore it's hearsay.
Right? It's not even for impeachment yet. So rule.
do you see a text that you sent to Monica Sementilli?
Yep.
And does that refresh your recollection about talking about receiving life insurance?
So I'm going to
Your
stop.
Honor, I'm going to object. There's no indication he needs his memory refreshed.
That was not the,
regarding-
excuse me a second, that was not the original purpose of refreshing his memory. It
Precisely.
was relating to a claim.
Yes.
Understood?
Yes.
I've got the text.
It's fine, ask the proper question. please.
Yes, Your Honor. And showing you this text that you sent, it looks like 2-5, I'm blind.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
2-9.
2-9? Can you review that text about processing a claim for insurance? Does
Yeah,
that
I mean-
refresh your recollection?
Sure. It's one line of text that says, I dealt with Manulife, the claim is being processed. I think I maybe recall having to send them a death certificate as standard procedure for this kind of thing. But like when you say like make a claim, I just sent them a PDF and then they gave me the check to the door, right? I dealt with Manulife, the claim is being processed.
And that was when?
This says February 9th.
Okay. So 3 weeks after your dad died, you were somehow interacting with Manulife, and you were relaying to Monica that Manulife was processing the claim.
That's correct, yeah. Now, at this time, as well, I want to add.
Well, but
oh, I
if
cannot.
I may, you
Oh,
can add. You
I can add?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes.
Okay, sure. It was being suggested by Monica and everyone in my life to, be proactive about these matters. So, yeah, definitely. Here, exactly as it says, on February 9th, I dealt with Manulife, the claim is being processed. Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem.
And in fact, after you were paid that life insurance, you at some point also learned that you were the beneficiary of a life insurance policy through your dad's company, correct?
Through MetLife, that's correct.
Okay. And you had a series of communications with your stepmom about the claim being filed for you, your sisters, your two half-sisters, and Monica, correct?
I don't recall that. Can you repeat the question again?
During that time period, after you had been paid for the Manulife policy, I think you testified earlier that you had a series of conversations with Monica,
Yes.
not on the phone, but mostly text,
Yes.
about the claim being filed and processed for the policy your dad had at the company.
That's correct.
Okay.
That was all in relation to Monica wanting her portion to be paid out. I was not involved. I don't remember ever being involved in dealing with that red tape or with those claims. With the MetLife check, once again, it was one of those situations where I go to my door one day and there's a massive check here with my name on it. And then when I relayed that to Monica as well, then there was a lot of frustration
Yes.
and coming on because she had not received hers.
Mr. Sementilli, am I correct that when you referred to those communications before and Ms. Silverman showed you pictures that Monica had sent to you of columns, portions of columns, those columns were for you and Jessica and Bella, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So there was communication about monies that you and Jessica Bella were expected to be received.
Yes, that's
Correct?
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I got caught up on the making the claim language is what caught me up on the last one. But everything you just said is correct.
Okay. And did you send in any paperwork for the claim that was made on that policy that you and Jessica and Bella and Monica would receive?
I don't believe so. Again, it was one of those weird situations where I'm at home and to my door comes a check for $259,000. And I didn't know, I knew that something was to come. I didn't know when it was going to come. I had an idea of how much, thanks to this document that I saw 5-6 times. But yeah, it just kind of showed up one day. Yeah, I don't recall, yeah.
You testified earlier that when you received the money from Manulife, did I hear you say that you thought Monica was upset?
Yeah, whenever, it seemed to me that in general, whenever another beneficiary that was not Monica received money that was due to them, yeah, frustration, impatience would arise because she was being withheld from hers.
And when did that conversation take place?
Those sentiments, I don't know if I want to say a conversation took place, but we'll say whenever it was brought up that I got the MetLife, that the manual, whatever, it was, immediately the tone changed. Is it, when did you get it? How much was it? I wonder why they're not doing it for me. I'm going to have to reach out to them here. I've got a meeting with them on this day. It was a bunch of goings-ons about her receiving hers, and that was going on for months. So naturally, when someone came in and said, hey, I got mine, frustration occurred. Yeah.
And are you saying that took place in the conversation when she learned that you had gotten the payment from Manulife?
That was one of the, for sure, that was definitely a watershed, one of those moments, yes. That was an emblematic moment.
Okay, but the first time you told her that you got the Manulife policy was on March 6th, correct?
Are we referring to the text messages
Yes.
again? Yeah.
And you sent a text to Monica, correct?
Yes, right here.
And you said the first insurance lump came tonight, did you?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, feels weird seeing 6 digits there. Okay.
I was a broke college student, so that was very weird. Yeah.
Okay. But Monica's reaction was she was happy for you.
So that's what the first line says. But then it's, then the rest of the message is just like, things are not good on my end. I haven't gotten my thing yet. That's basically the gist of this. Is things are taking much longer here, but hopefully, But sure, what else is she going to say? I'm not happy for you.
Mr. Sementilli, I just want to be fair. You said to Monica said to you in reaction to receiving a text where you told her you had received the Manulife policy.
Mm-hmm.
Monica responded, it looks like within a couple of minutes, and she responded, "Good for you, Luigi. I'm so happy."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's how she responded, correct?
It's in here in front of both of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Sementilli, in fact, in your communications with Monica, which you say were mostly in text after that, between March and June of 2017, there were a number of times where you asked her to give you a status on the insurance, correct?
Sure.
You a number of times reached out and asked, has there been any progress?
Yes.
What's happening?
Yep.
And she responded to you, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't Monica just reaching out to you about insurance. You were actually initiating contact with her to ask about the status of life insurance.
That's right, because she was my family member who was saying to me that she was on hard times financially speaking. So this was the bulk of her headaches and frustration she was dealing with at the time, was trying to get this life insurance for her. So naturally, I'm going to check in, and when I do, I'm going to say, what's the latest? How are things going? What's the red tape you're dealing with today? Have you received what's due to you yet? So yes, to that end, I did say that, yeah.
You talked earlier, Mr. Sementilli, about your dad being cremated.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to be clear, did you not tell other family members, your Aunt Morella specifically, that your dad had wanted to be cremated?
Did I tell them?
Yeah.
No, because I did not know that to be true.
Okay. So as you testify here today, you didn't know, you'd never spoken to your dad about what his wishes were or what he wanted should he pass away?
No, not to my knowledge. And there was never, no, he never said definitively, nor was it written down in any, last will or anything like that. I don't ever recall having a conversation with my dad where he says, yes, I absolutely need to be cremated. I don't recall ever having a conversation like that.
And you never had a conversation with your dad at any time about what he did want or not want, correct?
We probably talked about death more than the average father-son relationship, but I can't recall anywhere, on my heart where it says, my dad said this to me and he was very serious about it. I don't have that anywhere there. So,
Okay.
yeah. So I suppose the answer is no, I don't. Yeah.
I appreciate your honesty. And you also talked about, Mr. Sementilli, some event where Monica was in town for one of the memorial services, and you went to a bank to look at a safety deposit box.
Yes.
Is that right? Is that correct?
Yes, we went to the TD Bank safe deposit box. Yeah.
When was that?
I believe that would have been end of February, perhaps sometime in March. It's when they had visited. It may have been around, perhaps leading up to Easter time, around then. Yeah.
So Easter time would be March or April?
Something to that. It was around that time. Yeah.
Okay. And did you know your dad had any safety deposit box?
Did I know? No, I didn't.
Okay. So it was Monica who told you that he had a safety deposit box?
Yeah, she said we're coming here to close some accounts that we have left in Canada, including a safety deposit box that we're not sure what we're going to find inside of it.
Okay. And she invited you to go with her, correct?
She said, do you want to tag along? Yeah.
Okay. And you decided to tag along. And Mr. Sementilli, it was you who at some point discussed with Monica about your dad having a second family or a secret life?
No, those thoughts would never have crossed my mind. That came from Monica.
Okay. But you went with her
Yep.
and you opened the safety deposit box.
Mm-hmm.
You saw her open it?
Yes.
How was it opened? I shouldn't presume. How was it opened?
How was it opened?
Yeah.
I believe an employee led us into the back. They opened the larger door, full of a room with many small lock boxes, opened it up and showed us inside.
Okay. And there was nothing in it?
It was empty.
And then you described at some point a conversation you had with Monica at the Woodbridge house. That's her mom's house?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right.
And who was there?
It was just me and her having this conversation.
Okay.
It was on the porch.
On the porch, separate from the family.
That's right.
And that's where you say she discussed with you about some stock options?
That's correct.
And did you talk with her about what any of those were worth or worth at the time?
Yes. So I was told that stock options were going to be liquidated to the tune of about $100,000. And I was asked to relinquish my portion of that, of what was due to me, because of the financial struggles, and also because I was due to receive so much more than my half-sisters that it seemed like the equitable thing to do as well.
And so you did that, correct?
I did not, no.
You didn't do that?
So at the time, in that conversation, I said, yeah, sure, I have no problem with that. But I never heard about it again. I never signed anything. I don't know where that money is. If it's, I don't know. I never heard about it again. But that conversation happened. Yeah.
So the truth is that Monica never again brought it up with you, correct?
That specific thing, I'm not sure. But issues of money came up again. Just whether or not that plan was executed. No, I don't believe so.
Well, you know so, right? It was never executed, correct? You never gave up options that were due and entitled to you, correct?
That's correct. We had other conversations about money, but in terms of that specific plan and its execution, it was not executed, to my knowledge.
And you never turned over any money from what you were receiving from your dad's benefits, life insurance, or anything else to Monica,
That's correct. I never physically handed over any money. I had only agreed to in that one conversation, verbally.
And you were with Monica for a number of occasions memorializing your dad during this period after he was killed?
You'd have to tell me which events you're talking about specifically.
Well, you were not at all of the events?
I'd have to see a list of them all to determine which I was at and which I was not.
Okay. After your dad died, there was an event in Los Angeles at a funeral home, a memorial.
Yep. Was that in February?
Uh-huh.
I was at that one, yeah.
And then Monica flew back with your dad's body to Canada, correct?
Yep. That's right.
And you were at the event in Canada with her?
The viewings and the funeral there, yes.
Okay. And then Monica returned again on the 1 month anniversary of your dad's death for a mass, correct?
Okay.
Did you go to that?
Yes, I believe so. I think that was at Queen of Heaven too. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Queen of Heaven, yeah, sorry.
Okay. And then you saw Monica after that how many times?
I think it was when I remember there was an Easter visit. I think the Easter visit was the last time. Yeah.
Okay. And you spoke earlier about you ended up taking your dad's Rolex. Do you recall that testimony? You have your dad's Rolex?
I do. I was given my dad's Rolex, yeah.
And you were given that by Monica.
That's correct.
Correct?
Yeah.
And she gave that to you when you were down at the home after his death.
That's correct. The first time, as soon as I saw her in person for the first time, she had the Rolex in her hand and gave it to me.
And Morella, your aunt, was there?
My Aunt Morella was there along with the rest of our family, yes.
Okay. And you, Morella's sons, Fabio's nephews were there?
Yes.
And there was a discussion about things that the nephews might want of Fabio's?
I don't know. I wasn't part of those conversations, I think. I'm not, yeah. So I guess I'm not going to speculate on that.
But you, Mr. Sementilli, were there when Monica presented you Fabio's Rolex.
That's
correct?
right, the one he was wearing when he was murdered, yeah.
And you, in fact, asked to take a few other items from Fabio's.
I
things.
did, yeah. So
Okay.
I wasn't sure when I would be back next, and that's all I would have from him, right? So those items are still, highly precious items to me.
And
Like
that
his
was
scarf,
meaningful.
his shoes.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. And that was meaningful to you.
To be able to get some last items from my dad, who was taken away from me very brutally, yes, that was very meaningful. Yeah.
We'll take our lunch and recess until 1:30. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until then. The admonition, as always, applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else before expressing opinions of the causes when I submit it to you. Have a good lunch.
Okay. So they are on a lunch break. They are on a lunch break and Super Ball is here. Hi. There she is. Say hi. She sees herself on the on the screen. She's so funny. Kitty, kitty, kitty. All right. Fast lunch. Super tail. Super tail. Okay, so Bach of 3, you need a power nap. Irish Amy says, hey, Super Ball. And Black Economist says, hi, Super Ball. Will Johnson, pretty kitty. JM, oh my God, she's precious. Yes. She is cute. All right, let us get to Luigi. Oh, gotta fix her hair. All right. Let's get to Luigi, right? He's like, I love this guy. He is just killing it. I think he clearly is comfortable speaking in front of people. Clearly has no problem. He's very comfortable in his own person. He is a director of marketing, a philosophy, master's in philosophy. So he knows how to use words for sure. All right, so we came back from the last break. They talked about the secret safe deposit box, and there was a possible secret life, and we found out that went nowhere. Then they talked about LGI and this, I think it was a marketing company that they set up, Luigi, Jessica, and Isabella. The vehicles, they talked about all his vehicles, meaning his Porsche and his truck being sold, and she bought a new Mustang with that. Well, don't know if she bought it with that, but a new Mustang was purchased. He has not spoken to Monica. Luigi has not spoken to Monica since her arrest. Jessica texted, "Mom wants to talk to you," and he said no. He declined to speak to Monica when she was in jail. He just did not want to talk to her while she was in jail. Has that caused a rift? And he says, absolutely the truth. He has very limited relationships with his sisters. Sorry. So we were wondering, do the sisters, are they still talking? And let me just push that down a little. Are they still talking? And apparently they are not, because they're siding with they're siding with mom and he's siding with dad. Sisters made time to visit Luigi and Daniel, who is another cousin, but they don't see dad's side of the family. And then Cross came in during the break. What did you do? And I'm like, oh no, what did you do during the break? And he says, I went to the bathroom, I got some water, and I came back. And did you speak to anybody? He says, yep, I spoke to the prosecutors, and they said I was doing a good job. See, like a lot of other people would be like, he's just like, no, this is what I did. He just totally owned it, and it became a nothing burger. How many times have you spoken to the prosecutors? He said probably about a dozen times over the past 8 years. I think Luigi is like a classic case or a good case of like, don't try and hide anything when you're on the stand. Just speak the truth, and it is what it is. You have nothing to hide, right? If you are indeed telling the truth. And even if he spoke to the prosecutors here, I thought, oh my God, that's going to be it. His testimony is going to be thrown out. Blah. And they're like, yep, just moved right over that as if nothing. I mean, who cares? Yeah, I spoke to the prosecutors. Big deal. This is the second time seeing Monica in person. The first was at Baker's sentencing. There was lots of discussion of infidelity. Okay, so when he was young growing up, he's like basically as an only child, because he's I think he's about 5 or 6 years. He's 6 years older than right. He's about 6 years older than Jessica. So he had a lot of time before she was born, at least a couple years, and then when she's 1, 2, 3 years old, he says you hear a lot of remarks. When you're in your bedroom by yourself and you hear your parents squabbling or whatever. The remarks that were made about someone's boyfriend. This was all in Canada. So he was 18 or 19 when they moved to LA, and that was in 2011. Let's see. Animosity is this person is not his mom. So he's just like talking about, do you have animosity towards her? He's like, yeah, it's just typical. This isn't my mom. I don't hate her. It's just, she's just not my mom. It's just typical. To his knowledge, Monica was the only one that went to get the fiat. So it was like dad would have been at work, but he doesn't know if his dad was there. He was never told. I'm not quite sure why they were talking about that, but it is what it is. And then when Jessica called, she says, oh my God, you have to help someone off dad. Not much was said between the two before the phone was passed to Deborah. Jessica was freaking out and was overwhelmed, as expected. Deborah says, Monica's freaking out about money, and you have a lot of life insurance money coming to you, and Lou will help you out. That's Deborah on the phone telling Luigi, Monica's freaking out, you have a lot of life insurance coming to you, and then turning to Monica and saying, Lou will help you out. So, who's this Deborah? She's kind of interesting player in all this. We've got to find out more about Deborah Obad. And then Monica says, your dad took care of you. There's plenty of money coming to you. You'll be able to buy a house and a car. So we heard that initially as well. And then Manulife, it was $150,000. Oh, here, let me pull this up. Might as well. We got time, right? Let me pull this up while we continue to talk. All right, can you guys still hear me? I switched this. Let me know if you guys can still hear me while I pull this up. All right, as long as you can still hear me. All right. We're going to pull this up. Let's see. So this is the beneficiary document. All right. So, so can you guys see that, right? So if the house was worth $2 million, the mortgage loan, they still owed $800,000 on the loan. But then you can see Monica split, Luigi split, Jessica and Isabella. So there's the Luigi's the Manulife. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down. He got 100% of that, and that was $150,000. And then I'm not quite sure at the very, very bottom, those two different numbers, because Monica and the daughters all have the same amount, but Luigi has $423,365. But then under that, it says $387,725. So I'm not sure what is actually scheduled to come to him. But in any event, I mean, if it's the 423, that's only like $90,000 more. If it's the 387, that's only, what, $5,000 more. I'm sorry, 50,000. Yeah, $50,000 more. No, 5,000. Yeah, it's only. No, I'm sorry. Let me get my math right. It's $50,000 more. Okay, so it's either 50,000 or like 90,000. So I mean, they're acting like, oh, the girls aren't going to get much. They're, girls aren't going to get much. Give your money to them. It's not like they're not getting something. They're still getting. They're getting a lot of money, right? It's not like the sisters were getting $500. They're still getting a lot of money. And again, you would want your dad back. I'm sure they would all want their father back. It's Monica that's like, yeah, I don't care about him anymore, right? So in any event, those are some pretty good numbers. All right, so let's get back to. So the Manulife was $150,000. Filed a claim in February 9th. Did you receive money from Manulife? Yes, in March. And they were like, who cares if you receive? Like, yeah, you should get the money. I mean, you can't just let it sit there. You have to get the money. I mean, it's not. They were like, I don't know. It just felt like the defense was like, oh, and you took the money out, didn't you? You got the money. Yeah, because everybody, like he said, everyone, including Monica, was saying, be proactive about this. I mean, dude, you got $400,000. I mean, yes, your father's passed away, but then it's like, don't dishonor him by just letting that money go, because then it's like, what was the point of him putting that aside for you? So I just didn't understand that part. But anyway, March 6th text, they talk about, I'm happy for you, but the rest of the text is, I need my cut, right? He didn't know about the safe deposit box. So Monica was coming to Canada to close some accounts. We're not sure what we'll find, so he decided to tag along. And then the Secret Life never crossed his mind. And then how was the box open? An employee led us to the box, opened it up, and it was empty. And they talked about the stock options. $100,000 were going to be liquidated, and you need to relinquish yours. Let's see. So he said, let's see, he said, sure. So he actually agreed to relinquishing his options, but he never signed anything. He didn't hear anything about it again. And then they talked about the LA events and Toronto events and the 1 year. So he went to LA, he went to Toronto, and then he went to the 1 year anniversary. He was given his dad's Rolex the first time that Monica saw him, and he was a great witness. He's like, oh yeah, the Rolex that was on my father's wrist when he was murdered. I mean, we all pretty much know he was murdered. It's not a question of that. But and then his aunt and cousins were there, and he said, yeah, he took some scarves. He took a scarf and some shoes because he didn't know the next time he was going to be back in LA. So. Let's get to some questions and comments. So who gets her share of the money if she doesn't, or does it not go to anyone? I don't know. All I know is it might go to like probate. It might go to like pay off the house, the state. I guess ultimately it's going to go to the state. So if you have money and you pass away and there's nobody to pass it on to, it goes to the state. I'm pretty sure about that. Widespread Panic says, I hope they go back and watch the full trial when it's all over and see what their mother really is. I wonder if they're there, if they're sitting there, you know. Shirley Roth says it was set up from the time of his parents' divorce. Yep. Lily Wayne thinks Monica will not testify. I don't know. We'll have to. We'll do a poll at that point. Marley Mum says usually taking the stand doesn't help the defendant. I agree. Yeah, well, state robs you. Yep, all goes back to the state, including your house, right? If you're, your house. Oh, widespread panic. Let's see. Are the girls going to testify for the mother? And then therapist, says, do y'all think Monica will testify? Irish Amy says, I think the defense said we'd hear from them in opening. Yeah, I'm not sure. So did anybody hear when they're going to be back? They're on lunch. Does anybody know when they're going to be back? Probably like 4:30, I guess, right? Yesterday they came back at 5. Therapist, that is such a crock. About what? About her testifying, not testifying, or the state getting everything when you pass away? Because don't you know? You think you may own your house, but you don't. OnlyFan 1:30, okay. So that's going to be 4:30 our time. Okay, Aaron says 1:30 as well. Okay, thank you guys. 1:30, Holly, OnlyFan, Aaron. Okay, cool. So does that mean they're not going to come on till 5 because they're on a delay? Ugh. All right. Therapist, state getting everything. Yep. That's what they do. What do you guys think of Luigi? I think he's pretty cool. I like him. I'd have a beer with him. He seems like a cool dude. I like his testimony. I like his demeanor. I like his confidence. Lily Wayne says, I can see daughters testifying. Shirley Roth, 4:30, most likely 5. That's what happened yesterday. They didn't come back till 5. Ola says, I like him. Yeah. I think he's pretty cool. Great witness, I think. He's definitely helping the state. Gina Farley says, I like Luigi. Shirley Roth, the girl's share is probably in a trust. Eric says he beats Luigi Mangione by a mile. OnlyFan, I can see defense getting the daughters to testify a la Natalie Cochran. If they're standing by mom, yeah, why not? She's going to need all the help she can get. Because it's going to come down to a battle of, instead of battle of the experts, it's going to be a battle of the killers. It's going to be Austin, Chris Austin, or Robert Baker. Who are you going to believe? Which killer will you believe? Irish Amy, I like everything about him. Haha, great witness and cute. Sure, it doesn't help when the witnesses are attractive, right? All right, guys, I'm going to, we're going to take a break as well. I'll say court is at lunch. Court is at lunch until 4:30 Eastern. All right, I'm going to come over here and live court is on their lunch break. Now here we have 5, but I'm going to put 4:30. I'm going to change that to 4:30. Let me see. Properties. We'll go with 4:30 on this one. Court is on break until 4:30. All right. So they're until 4:30. Oh, what did Donna? What happened, OnlyFan? Donna Adelson just pulled one of the dumbest moves ever. What did she do? Yes. Take a break. Be back in an hour. Sounds good. Young black economist. Yes, these cases are always interesting when they are trying to charge someone with M who didn't do the trigger pulling. I agree. Ola says, I'm not saying Amy and I have wall of screenshot of cuteness witnesses, but we just keep notes. That's funny. Shirley Roth. She won't win because if found not guilty, she gets all the insurance. Brenda Meyer, I like Luigi as well. Lily Wayne says he majored in philosophy, but he may have had a business minor to get the marketing job. Totally. Yeah, Ola, you know the phrase, doesn't suffer fools gladly? I think that's Luigi. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, yay, my new kitchen appliances are installed. Cool, cool. Eric Lieber, you mean when Judge Everett told Donna to shut up? OnlyFan?
Was there something that happened today?
I don't know. We have her on the books for the 11th, but did something else happen? Yeah, what happened with Donna? Oh, okay, so I guess Judge Everett said, yeah, last week, yeah. she was testifying about the snitch, the jailhouse snitch.
That she wants to use as a witness.
That she wants to use as a witness, yeah. All right, so Irish Amy, we didn't watch it, but as far as we know, Donna wanted this jailhouse snitch to testify on her behalf during the trial. So she was on this big screen video conference thingy. And the two inmate informants. So I didn't see what happened specifically. So I guess OnlyFan and Eric are saying that Judge Everett told her to shut up. I missed that.
Yeah, he did.
But,
I was going to make that a short.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that.
So we'll try and grab that and make that a short. But I guess he told her to shut up. Oh, I have no love lost for the Adelsons. That's for sure. They deserve everything they get. All right, guys, I'm going to step away. I'll put some music on.
Yeah, put it on midway.
We'll put some music on for you guys, and I will see you in like 45 minutes. All right, see ya. All right, welcome back, everybody. How was everybody's lunch? Let's just check in. Court is still on a break. Oh, I gotta. Let's see. Still trying to figure out the angle. Jules, hey, how you doing? Glad you could join us. Yeah, dog park murder trial that started today. We're recording it because I think that might be a good one to check out on a rewatch.
Yes, sir, he is.
Let's see. I gotta sort out this this light. Maybe I'll come over here. All right. So when we broke for lunch, Luigi was on the stand. That is the son of Fabio. Luigi is 32 now. Lives in St. Catherine, Niagara Falls. Vonda is his mother, and they got married in 1989. I really enjoyed Luigi's testimony. I thought he was a very credible witness. 80% of us thought that he was a fantastic witness. 17 thought average, and 2 thought should not have testified. Interesting. And the cross, let's see, what came out? What came out? This whole safety deposit box, that was empty. That was something we hadn't heard about before. Monica gave Luigi Fabio's Rolex straight away. We had not heard that before. Jessica called Luigi. We had not heard that before. Deborah Obad talking to Luigi. We had not heard that before. So see, we heard a lot during state's opening, but we figured there'd be more that was going to come in. We heard about extramarital affairs, fights between Fabio and Luigi. So that was some new stuff there. Hadn't heard that one before. Yeah, as much as the state, as much as Miss Silverman brought in during her opening, her 5-hour opening, I think there was still a lot that we just found out through Luigi. He heard them fighting on more than one occasion. We heard about that Monica wanted Luigi to give over his. Super Ball's being all silly.
Jesus.
She's getting some sun. But she's being all silly kitty. Ola, you're eating junk from the freezer and you love it? P.S. You're the same Ola. Widespread panic, her 3 decades long opening, you mean? Yeah, and here we thought that we heard everything from her, and we're finding out some new stuff. As was to be expected. She didn't give everything away. We thought that she basically said so much, but yet she didn't. Baca of 3 says, we learned the defense lied in their opening about Monica and Luigi's relationship. And Jules, I agree, Monica was some spicy chick. She sure was. Is the judge late again? Well, yesterday he came back at 5, so we'll see. We'll see if he's... they're on a half-hour delay, don't forget. So 4:30 could be 5, I'm not sure. Hey, Debbie Blair, good to see you again. Julie is back with us. How are you doing, Julie?
That was not faded too.
Fanny Pack making chicken spaghetti. Yeah, Jules, your son had some run-ins with that guy. Seems like it's a somewhat interesting case. We listened to the opening argument. We're talking about the dog park murder trial in Tampa. So many trials right now. Super ball. Kitty. Oh, yeah, kitty. All right, I got to show you. Crazy kitty here. She's being crazy kitty. Kitty. Ouch, don't bite me. Oh, it's a good girl. No, don't bite me. I'm just trying to pet you. Boop. Silly kitty. Yeah, it's a good girl. No, it's a good girl. No. Stop. As she chews on the cords. Yes, Irish Amy. Super Bowl wants to play for sure. Jules says, Michael wanted me to go this morning. I couldn't get up. I'm going to try tomorrow. Cool. Yes, therapist, these delayed trials are perfect for rewatches. They really are. Lily Wayne, have we heard how many witnesses the state is supposed to have? I have not, but we're only on 8, and we're in day 6, and they've only gone through 8 witnesses. Hisma, she's ferocious. Jules says, pretty kitty. She is. She's a pretty kitty. Widespread panic, playful girl. Yep, she's getting her a little bit of sun, afternoon sun. Widespread panic. Who is Super Bowl's human? That would be Aaron and I. Actually, I think Aaron saw her first, so I guess technically, well, maybe I can slide over here. I'll slide over here now. Now that the sun is going over there. Okay, still got that sliver there. I guess technically Aaron, but she sits in my lap mostly. So I guess that would be Aaron saw her first, but she sits in my lap most of the time. All right, Judge Cohen, we're waiting for you. Come on, man. YouTube is waiting for you. She seems to be obsessed with me. Well, when Erin sits here, she'll pounce on her too. So I think she's a lap cat. We had, I think I told you guys, we had the pest, our every 3-month pest person come by, and quarterly, I suppose, right? And she took off. He didn't even come inside. He was just kind of walking the grounds. And she went under our covers upstairs in our bed. That's what she does when somebody comes over. She books it. She goes hides underneath the covers. Nope, widespread. You're so jealous you have 10 cats, not one is a lap cat. Yeah, Super Balls is a lap cat. Paulie and Rafa, they're not really lap cats per se. They definitely snuggle with us in bed. They're on Aaron's head. They're on my chest. They'll come in and they'll snuggle. But when we're just sitting, they're not really lap cats per se. But they'll hang out with us. They definitely hang out more with Aaron in that regard, where they'll sit next to her. Hola. Super Ball owns all humans. Ken Rosenberg, Super Ball is obsessed with justice. She's getting her bar. Did I tell you that, Ken? She's gonna take the test next week. She's being very, very silly right now. All right. Still waiting for court to kick back in. Hopefully they will be back soon. And they took a break at the cross during Luigi's cross, if you will. And today we heard from Elise Bluel, who was the friend. And she seemed a little bit more calm on the stand today. Yesterday, Elise was a little bit more excitable, I suppose. If that's the right word. Today, she was a little bit more, stately. Is that the right word? Is that the word I'm looking for? She did say that Monica liked to go out, get dressed up, and have guys hit on her, and she thought that was pretty odd. I would have to say, yeah, I think that's pretty odd. That's a good one, Ken. Wish we could get Super Ball a little gavel. That's funny. Widespread panic. Wow, Super Ball is impressive. Did she go to law school or just learn from you, Squeegee? She learned from YouTube, and she went to Cat Law School. Super Ball, cat attorney at Claw, exactly. Ken Rosenberg, I had catnip gavel at some point. Don't know what the cats did with it. That's hilarious. That's awesome. Oh, what are you posting, therapist? Is that a? Oh, what happened to my mouse? Seriously? I just lost my cursor. All right, is this, what did you post, therapist? Oh, aviator hats, powdered wigs. Oh my gosh, a powdered wig. There's only 4 left. We could get a powdered wig for Super Ball. That's hilarious. That's really funny. Powdered wig, barrister's wig. Can you imagine if Super Bowl showed up with a little barrister's wig? That's really funny. What they won't create for cats, right? And dogs too. That's really cute. I know, who is making these things? That is too cute. Somebody's very creative. We have very creative people out there, that's for sure. Somebody who comes up with these ideas for cats. I love it. So tomorrow we're hoping to pick up on Megan Boswell. And then we have a Shoot the Shit with Squeegee with True Crime Addicts. And then Thursday, after trial, we're going to have Devin Perkins' mom. And we're going to have a special guest on. We're going to have a Jules Investigates Thursday night. So you guys definitely want to come check that out. It's going to be... Devin had a appeals trial, and we're going to talk to his mother and Allie Spice, who is, or the father of Allie, who is Devin's girlfriend. She passed away. So it's something you guys definitely come check out. I'll remind you tomorrow and Thursday, but that's what we have on tap for this week. Got a lot of good things for you guys. There's a lot going on in trial land. We have Maya's coming up next week. Maya, Stephen Stern's pretrial. There's a appeals, I think, right? Is that right, Jules? For Maya's next week. I mean, there's all kinds of things happening. February is very, very busy. Lily Wayne, did anyone hear if Megan Boswell trial got all its jurors? We do not know, but Therapist You Know says posted after lunch started if you scroll up. Okay, you know what's easier for me is just to go to your activity. Your channel activity. Trial will not start as soon as the jury is selected. The jurors will be allowed to go home before the trial starts, so it could start tomorrow, but maybe a couple days. Still seating jurors. Hopefully it will be completed today, but unsure as of yet. All right. Good job. Thank you, Therapist You Know. Appreciate that, as always. Doing some great research out there for us. Yes, Irish Amy. Sounds like a lot of interesting stuff. Definitely a lot of good stuff. And Ken says, yep, it is trial season. Yeah, actually, so the Shoot the Shit next tomorrow is going to be True Crime Addict. She is a streamer out of the UK. So we're going to talk about UK trials and what you're able to watch, what you're not able to watch, what she's covering, you know. And then Thursday with Jules Investigates. We did one back in December, I guess now, Jules. I think it was December. We did a Jules Investigates with Victoria, who is Devin's mother. And if you guys don't know the backstory of it, I'll briefly tell you before court starts. Devin was out in Orlando, a night out with his girlfriend, Allie, and she is a TikTok influencer, was a TikTok influencer, had about 1 million followers. And two of their friends, they were coming home, and it was an early night, but it was around 2:30, and Devin's just going home, cruising home, and this guy is coming, going the wrong way, going without his lights on, plows into them, kills the 3 people in Devin's car. He flees this driver flees the scene with his passenger, leaves her there too. And they had been drinking for like 6 hours, 7 hours beforehand. Devin had like 0.03 or 0.001 or something, like well below. I think, yeah, 0.08 is you're legal, 0.03 you're on the cusp or whatever. But then he was like 0.01, so he's well below. Probably had a drink like 3 or 4 hours before. And they convicted him because he was speeding. He was going like 80 or 85 miles an hour. So they're trying to appeal all of that. So we had Victoria on once, and where she's going to be on again. The appeal was this last Friday, so she went to that along with Allie's father. His name is Jimmy. So we're going to have them on Thursday night. So we're going to talk all about what the latest is with Devin. So there's a website, there's a whole thing, we'll talk about that and bring that up. So definitely check that out. And yes, Ken Rosenberg, shout out to Therapist for the updates. All right, Therapist, go do your therapy. Ken says, oh yeah, I meant to look this one up. It's the Devin Perkins one, yeah. It's he should just get, okay, he was speeding. I think everybody is okay with that. But what he did not cause the death of 3 people. No way. Because he could have been going 40 miles an hour, and you're not going to see somebody coming on a country road in the middle of nowhere. You're not going to see somebody coming at you going 60 or 65 with no headlights on. You're just not. You're not going to see them. And if you do see them, it's going to be too late. It's just not going to happen. So he should, maybe what's a misdemeanor for going 80, 85 miles an hour? They're charging me like up to 30 years or something like that, or 30 years to life or something. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. So we're trying to get the word out for Devin. So you guys please join us. And anything and everything, any kind of eyeballs is much, much appreciated. So it looks like, well, I can take off the scroller because that's no longer accurate. We're not sure when they're going to come back. I guess 5 o'clock. We're kind of starting to get to know this court. They are on a delay. We know that. So if he says 4:30, does he mean 5? Well, if he said 1:30, he means 2. Yeah, Ken says, that's bizarre. I've seen that happen before, but with much more egregious facts like dual drunk drivers. I can understand that. If his, BCA was 0.08 or 0.09 or, yeah, then for sure he was responsible. But he was well below the legal limit, like well below. So, that's just terrible what's happening to him. Oops. Ola asks, Ken, did you catch the last half hour of Luigi on stand? There was a lot of testimony that seemed like hearsay. Deborah said to me that Mo told her. Why would that be allowed? Yeah, excellent. Ken, we were like, I still don't understand. I mean, I understand hearsay, but it seems like every time I think that's hearsay, they're like, yeah, it's fine. Lily Wayne says, we will see if the judge says there's court tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I think he was talking about next week. He said next week is a holiday and they're dark on Thursday and Friday. But we looked that up and it's Wednesday and then Monday, I think, the California courts. So we have to be got to be very mindful of when they are going to be in court. I'm pretty sure it was Wednesday. Yeah, it was the 12th and then the 17th. So it's next Wednesday and next Monday. but he was saying something about Thursday and Friday. Yeah, Ken, hearsay is complicated. I hear you. I hear you on that. Because every time I think they said, well, this person told me this, or this, I heard this, or this, it's like, isn't that hearsay? And then nobody even objects to it. So I've given up trying to figure out what hearsay is. It seems like it's a ever-shifting goalpost. I've just given up on that. Fala says that hearsay was good for them and not being brought to prove the truth of the matter. Yeah, Lily Wayne, I'm not sure. We'll just have to listen to him at the end of the day, what he's going to say, ultimately, I think. But I know I looked up the California courts, and they're closed the 12th and the 17th, which is Monday. Well, it is Monday, but next Wednesday and then the following Monday. So we'll just have to wait to see what he says at the end of the day. Ken Rosenberg, I didn't see it, so it's a little hard to say in the abstract, but the first thing is hearsay is only if you're offering the statement to show that what's being said is true. And Fala adds, but they back say it if the defendant said it. Ola asks, Fala, what was it for in this case? Because it seemed it was being taken as truth. Ken says, so you often get those kind of statements and not for their truth, but for their effect on the listener. What did it make them think? Okay. Is there a whole class just dedicated to hearsay? Like a whole semester, just hearsay? Father says, they can say, I'm not even sure what Lort means, but Lort my phone. Truth of the case, she had something to do with the deletion. All right, Queen Olive Ruth Ann, switching to your phone. I'm going over to my daughter's. Sounds good. Are you going to use your new appliances? You got to tell us what you're going to make on your new appliances. Laura Dad, this is one of the worst courts I've watched for timing. That Robert Tellis one was even brutal. She'd say, we'll be back in 15 minutes, and like 3 hours later. So that's why the running joke was, 1 hour is the new 15 minutes. Widespread panic. Good point, Ken. If the person is testifying as to what they understood what was going on rather than what was actually going on. Okay. Father says, Ken's here. I'm shutting up so he can say stuff about hearsay. Oh, Lort instead of Lord. Gotcha. Ken Rosenberg, I can write something up. I've actually been thinking about doing that. The other thing is, even if it's hearsay, it might not be objected to, so trying to figure it out in trials is tough. All right. Ken, can I entice you to come on a show, shoot the shit with me, and we can talk about all kinds of things? What do you say? Mm-hmm. That would be fun. Consider it. Consider if you want to come on and we can talk law. Fala says, Ken, was I kind of close? I'll give points to you, Fala. You were close. Points to Fala. All right, well, hopefully they will. Maybe one day. I didn't mean to put any pressure on you. Ola says, I understand the principle, Ken, so if you do happen to see that bit of the trial, would love you to opine on it. Thanks. Ken, if you have a channel, let us know too. We'll come and pop in if you have a channel. There would be lots of listeners for Ken. I agree. Do it. Oh, that would be excellent. A live chat with Ken. Up. Irish Amy, yes. Ken, if you could write, it'd be great if you had time to write something up. That would be very cool. All right, it's 3 minutes to 5 here on the East Coast. Julie says, yes, think would be cool. Follow everyone changed or chant. Ken. Chant, not Ken. I'm beginning to understand, interpret. Fala. I can interpret Fala. Wait, why is everybody retracting messages? Why are you all retracting your messages? Ken says, you all are so kind, but no channel for me. I'm just a lawyer who likes listening to trials and hanging out with nice people. Fair enough. Well, you have an open invitation to come on at any point. Ola says, Ken can possibly phone in if he'd rather not Zoom. Yeah, absolutely. Interpolate our typos? Yes. Oh, Fala, you struggle on your phone? I am becoming fluent in Fala. That's what it is. I'm becoming fluent in Fala. And Superball is shedding a bunch of fur. All right, come on, court. 2 minutes to go. Yeah, Ken, it's whatever. I mean, if you want to come on, awesome. And if not, that's cool too. Erin has a old friend, person she used to work with down here in Florida, and he's, I think, moving to North Carolina. So he's expressed interest in being in our chat and coming on. So looking forward to that. But yeah, Ken, you always have an open invitation whenever you feel comfortable. Follow, okay, Ken, blippity blappity, put an avatar up so we don't see your face. Well, it may be more than that, maybe more than that. And Widespread Panic says, and you chose us, we feel so special. We do. So Aaron says, yes, he's my old boss, and he's a barred attorney in Florida. Oh, they're back. They're back. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, blippity blappity. Court is back. What do you think that is? We've had the fan, we've had a clock. What the heck is that? Is that a light? Looks like there's a light to the right. What is that? Please opine. Fowler's putting pressure on Ken. Oh, Super Bowl. Itchy kitty. What do you guys think that is? Blippity blappity, court is on its way. What the heck is that? Only fan, only whatever the heck that is. Is that a door hinge? Huh. Looks like an old computer monitor. Father gives me, oh wait, sorry Ken. Father gives me permission to use blippity blappity. All right, wait. Did you ever get Steve Gosney on? No, I can't remember if that's who we were thinking about. No. Wait, what? Am I being mean to you? How am I being mean to you? Widespread Panic. It's a stand for shining your own shoes. Gina says, weird shaped wall object. What is that? Only fan, yes. Only whatever the heck that is. We've seen clocks. We've seen fans. We've seen seals. And now we get this. Yeah, beam me up, Scotty. Totally. It is. Or one of those heaters that turns on when you open the door at a convenience store. Could be. Was it a hairdryer? Maybe it's a hairdryer. Think Court would have a hairdryer? Oh, Lily Wayne new style fingerprint machine. I think that's a hairdryer for the wigs, the judges' wigs. I know that would only work if we were in England. I get it. Or the UK. Bathroom hair dryer. Some weird hand sanitizer, maybe. Bathroom hand dryer. Well, yes, the wig powderer. Well, when they pull away from this, let's see what it is, because they're gonna come flying. Once Court's in session, they're gonna come flying. The camera's gonna come flying off of that. But let's see where it is. I am now intrigued as to what this device is. Ken, Capri Law has a question for you. Is your profile from Grand Theft Auto? I've wanted to ask you that for a year. Let's look at your... Oh, they're back. Oh, wow. And that was just like switch to the seal. Yeah, Shirley says we use the robes like the UK. Thank goodness, no wigs. Oh, something to the right of the picture. Yeah, that looked like a light, right? That looked like a light for me. Oh, yeah, Ken, one of those random things that Germans have a phrase for. Irish Amy looks like something from Star Wars. Oh, there you go, Capri. It is from Vice City. Excuse me. A thingamablishenbin. Thingamashleben. Gordon, it's a thingamy for doing here. What's it in? Lily Wayne has a question for Shirley. Do they still wear wigs in Canada? Not in the court case I was in, but at an inquest.
Also present. Good afternoon.
All right, they're back.
We're keeping an update what's going on. I received another advisory. It didn't say anything different than yesterday. I'm laughing. It said traffic may be impeded. I'm sure you found out, like I did, by accident and by surprise, that the on-ramps were closed yesterday on the way home. As far as I know, they still may be closed. I don't know what's going to happen later. Esther is keeping track on any notifications. I'll let you know if there's anything that we need to discuss. If you see her running out screaming, then there's an issue that we're going to have to discuss. Mr. Sementilli is still under oath, and Ms. Burke, you may continue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Sementilli. Just a few more questions. Earlier, you testified that after your dad was killed, most of the communication you had with Monica was by text message. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you testified that the majority of those communications were about insurance, you said. Is that correct?
About money.
Okay. But isn't it true, Mr. Sementilli, that you communicated with Monica over that period of months? I think we're talking about between January and June of 2017 about a number of different subjects?
There were other subjects in there as well, yeah.
And you repeatedly sent her text messages telling her you loved her?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you sent her a number of text messages about after you received the payout on the insurance in March that you purchased a new car?
That's right. I started driving just that year, so yeah, I was able to get a car.
And you purchased a new car in March?
It wasn't a new car, but I purchased a car in March,
Okay.
yeah.
And you texted her about everything to do with taking your driving test. I think you were taking it a couple of times and how challenging that was. And
Yes, I failed the first time, thank you, yeah.
I didn't say that. And you also were appreciative that Monica was continuing to pay some of your bills, your phone bill.
No, I think at that time I was already paying my own phone bill.
Okay. Am I correct that before Fabio was killed, they, meaning Monica and Fabio, were paying some of your bills?
That's right, yeah. When I was on Bell Mobility, they were paying my bills when I was a student. But post-murder, it was around that time that I made my own account with Fido, who I've been with since then, yeah.
But you were thanking her for paying your bills in your text messages.
I don't recall that text message being sent. I'm appreciative when family helps me out. So at that time, it sounds like something I would have said, yeah.
As part of the communications after your dad was killed.
So that part is I'm a little bit foggy on, because it was around the same time that it was no longer being paid for me. So to use that as an example is what's kind of throwing me off.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But they were paying your bills.
Yes,
Okay.
they helped me. My dad, they helped me with a lot of stuff: tuition, phone bills. Yeah.
Okay. And during those communications between the end of January and June, you were also asking Monica about progress in the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
And had questions about what the police had learned about who killed your dad, correct?
That's right. Correct.
And you testified earlier, Mr. Sementilli, that anytime a beneficiary was paid out, I think your testimony was that Monica got upset. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah. So whenever news of a beneficiary receiving something that was not her and she got wind of it, yes, frustration, surprise, absolutely. I just don't want to mince words with upset versus some other thing. But yes, there was surprise, there was frustration because she had not received her portion. Yeah.
Okay. But as we discussed earlier, when you got paid out on the policy that was just for you on March 6th, you informed Monica of that, and she immediately texted you back, "Good for you, Luigi, I'm so happy," correct?
Sustained.
She didn't express upset at that news of you being a beneficiary.
It is cumulative, counsel.
Thank you. I'll move on. And am I correct, Mr. Sementilli, that there were no other times that a beneficiary was paid out after that until July of 2017?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object. This was called speculation.
As form sustained and also as form, counsel is testifying.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll ask you, Mr. Sementilli. Can you tell me another single instance after that exchange with Monica about being happy you had gotten paid out? Was there a single other exchange with Monica Sementilli about a beneficiary having been paid out and Monica expressing upset?
Discussions about it, yes. But in terms of, was it an instance that was spurred on by an additional beneficiary receiving some additional amount? That I'm not sure. But other discussions about the life insurance that had been paid out to the beneficiaries, for example, myself, and to the fact that she had not received hers, multiple discussions were had about this topic.
In fact, no one else had received any monies from the policy from your dad's work, correct, during this period?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Were you aware, did you have any understanding that any monies had been paid out from your dad's work policy?
Same objection.
Yeah, well, I'll call for hearsay. Sustained on that ground.
Mr. Sementilli, am I correct that you received no payout from your dad's life insurance policy with his work between March of 2017 and July of 2017?
I received the $150,000 from Manulife, and then I received an additional $259,000 from MetLife. That was related to the work. I think, is that what you're referring to?
That is.
Yes. So both of those were received in 2017.
Okay. And the MetLife policy, which was your dad's work policy,
Yeah.
you did not receive that until July.
Until after Monica was arrested.
After Monica was arrested.
That's correct.
And I think, as you said, you received $150,000 Canadian from the Manulife policy. That was in March, correct?
Your Honor, reject this is cumulative again.
It is.
And can you tell me the total amount that you received from your dad's life insurance?
Yep. So again, the first check, I said this already, but the first check was 150,000 Canadian. Second check, 259,000 American.
And Mr. Sementilli, when you met with the detectives that first time, or you were interviewed the first time, I should say, after Monica was arrested, you made clear to them, did you not, that you believed that Monica had ruined your family before your dad was killed, separate from her being arrested or anything to do with the allegations, correct?
Sure. Whenever someone goes through that situation as a young person, they're always going to hold a little bit of resentment towards the figures in their life that broke up what they were promised, right? A happy, full home life. So yeah, there's a little bit of that rock of resentment between step-parents and stepchildren. Yeah.
And you specifically told the detectives it was because of your dad's affair with Monica, that was the reason that broke up your parents' marriage.
It's hearsay.
Goes the bias. It's overruled.
Did you hear me?
Can you try to repeat the question?
Yeah. You specifically told those detectives, in referring to Monica ruining your family, that it was because Monica and your dad had had an affair which caused the end of your parents' marriage.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, thank you. Showing you what defense counsel was asking you about in terms of a text message that was dated March 6th of 2017. You said after the initial portion where the defendant said, "Good for you, I'm so happy," she went on to say other things. That would be what we see here, correct?
That's correct.
Things here are taking much longer, but hopefully soon we will know more. So in this, she was talking about her own portion as you've been discussing with us today.
Objection, this states the evidence
Overruled.
and is testifying.
It's not testifying, but it is calling for a conclusion.
Of the life insurance proceeds, correct?
That's correct. The rest of the message is all about the various red tapes and back and forths that took place over months, that this is part of what's being communicated here.
And although you said you didn't have to fill out or make a claim, in this particular text message, the defendant's telling you that she thought that both MetLife and Cigna would call you to have you fill out some forms.
Correct.
And that her lawyer is trying to expedite this process.
That's right.
The first time that you spoke with Detective Parshall, was that June 15th of 2017?
Sounds right. Around the arrest.
And during your very first conversation with Detective Parshall, did you relate to him the fact that the defendant from the very first night began talking to you about your father's life insurance?
I sure did.
It's overruled.
And did you also tell the detectives that the entire time, over all these last months, Monica has always been mentioning the insurance money and how she's waiting on the insurance money?
That's correct.
From that very first conversation with the detectives, with Detective Parshall after the defendant's arrest, did you also relate to him that it was in this conversation that went back and forth on the phone between Deborah Obad and Monica, where very presumptuously Deborah Obad told you that she told Monica that you would give Monica and the girls some of your money?
That's correct, yeah.
And in that very first conversation with Detective Parshall, did you also talk to him about the fact that Monica discussed with you that she was going to be selling off your father's stock options and wanting you to give up your portion of the stock options?
I did say that, yep.
Did you also, in that very first conversation, tell Detective Parshall that the defendant would repeatedly send you or show you a monetary or financial table of the breakdown of the insurance proceeds?
Oh, yes.
You said you bought you bought a car, but you said it wasn't a new car. What did you do? Buy yourself a used car?
Yeah.
Do you recall also having a conversation with Detective Mitzi Roberts, me, and another DA, Ryan Ehrlich, back in March, the beginning of March of 2021?
Yes.
During that conversation, did you once again mention the fact that the defendant in the very first phone call talked to you about your dad having a significant amount of money in a life insurance policy coming to you?
Oh, yes. That's correct.
Did you also mention in this March of 2021 interview on the over a like a Zoom call with Detective Roberts that while Monica and your father were living in Canada, that you overheard conversations between them about the defendant's infidelity?
Oh,
Your
yeah.
Honor, I believe this is leading the prosecutor's testifying.
She's not testifying, but it is leading.
I'm asking about prior consistent statements. Did you have any conversation in the? I'm sorry. Did you tell Detective Roberts as well as me and another DA? Did you mention anything with respect to the defendant's prior infidelity?
Yes, I did.
And did you describe to Detective Roberts much as the same as what you've told this jury today?
Yes, absolutely.
Did you also tell Detective Roberts in this conversation in March of 2021 about the defendant's behavior as you relayed today regarding the purchase of the Fiat?
Oh, yes.
Overruled.
And did you also, in that interview, specifically use the same type of language you used today about the defendant coming in and saying that she screamed and cried to get a deal?
Yep, through 10.
Overruled.
Yes. Those words were tantrum, screaming, crying. Yes.
Did you also relate in an interview with Detective Roberts on March 3rd of 2021 what you've relayed to this jury about going with the defendant to a bank, the TD Bank in Woodbridge, to open the safe deposit box, and her comments that you've mentioned here today?
Yep, that was mentioned as well back then.
Did you also mention during that conversation that on that date the defendant also talked to you about exercising your father's stock options?
That's correct.
And did you also relate specifically, as you told us today, that she asked you to give up your right to those options?
That's correct. As I related today, I had also related at the date that you were discussing.
If I can have a moment. Oh, during the break earlier when defense counsel asked you if anything had been said to you, was that when I introduced you to the new detectives?
Yes, I had to use the bathroom, and then I stepped in there and then introduced, yeah.
You were asked by defense counsel about conversations you had with Deborah Obad after the date of the defendant's arrest. Did you have conversations with Deborah Obad regarding what she termed her role in the defendant's arrest?
Yes.
Also, during that March 2001 interview with Detective Roberts, did you detail the arguments that you recalled regarding the defendant's infidelity when she was living in Canada with your father?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Did you go through the details of what you recalled of the arguments between the defendant and your father regarding her infidelity?
That's correct. Those memories I had growing up, I relayed those in March of 2021, yes, just as I did today.
Anything further by the defense?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sementilli. You are excused. You may call the next witness.
People who call Sal Monteri.
You could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat and will stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Salvatore Mauri, S-A-L-V-A-T-O-R-E, Mauri, M-A-U-C-E-R-I.
you. Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you please tell us how it is that you're employed?
I am currently employed by a company called Essilor Luxottica.
What kind of company is that?
Eyewear company.
Okay. And did you fly in from the East Coast to testify in this case?
I did.
Prior to your position at Essilor, were you a CEO?
Yes, I was the managing director or the general manager of Wella.
Okay. What kind of company is Wella?
It is a beauty hair care company focused on the professional industry, being salons and stylists primarily.
Approximately how many years were you still employed with Wella?
About 13 years, Procter & Gamble, Wella, and then eventually Coty.
Okay, so initially it was Wella, and then P&G purchased it and sold it to Coty?
Correct.
All right. And were you involved in the integration process?
Yes.
All right. Wella, is that a company that is involved in also in hair color?
Yes, primarily.
Okay. But maybe the largest hair color company in the world?
It would be at least, if not the largest, number 2.
So we're talking about like maybe a global company that's
It's a global company.
multi-billion-dollar
Yes,
company?
yeah, exactly.
All right. And did you know somebody by the name of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And how is it that you knew Fabio?
He worked in our North America organization as the head of education for North America.
And when did you first meet him?
Spring 2014, when I was transitioning from Europe.
Showing you Exhibit 73. The glare.
Yep.
There we go. Do you recognize who you see here in this photo?
I do. Left to right would be Luigi, Bella, Fabio, Jessica.
Okay. And did you know Fabio prior to the time he came to Wella?
No, I heard of him, but I did not know him.
Okay. Did you know that he was an educator or an independent contractor for Wella prior to coming over?
I knew he was in Canada. I think he was associated with a salon. He was always an educator, very well known. That's what I knew.
When you say very well known, you're talking about in the
industry,
professional industry.
Yep.
Okay. And was he utilized in a particular manner in terms of the industry and his influence?
Yeah, I mean, he was really the face of the company, the external face of the company when it came to stylists and salon owners. People respected him because they knew him for many, many years. He was super talented. He was incredibly well-spoken, and he had great stage presence. So people, the entire industry really knew him very well.
On a global level?
I would say more on a North America level than on a global level. Yeah.
And when he was initially brought in, was he working for you?
No. He came from the Canadian organization. He was already in the LA headquarters, operating as the North America head of education when I transitioned.
Okay. When you transitioned, you took over for Ruben Carranza, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So when Ruben left, you took Ruben's role?
Yes.
Okay. And Fabio worked for you?
Yes. Okay. He worked for me on the business, and he worked for the global head of education. So there's a functional head and there's a business head. I was the business head.
Got it. Generally, if you're talking about on the artist side, of the industry, where Fabio came from, those people don't generally tend to be executives, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So was this an unusual circumstance to bring somebody like him in to work on an executive team?
Thank you.
So did you have a leadership team?
Yes.
And who was in charge of the leadership team?
I was responsible for the leadership team. They
And
all
who-
reported into me.
Fabio reported to you.
He was one of the members of the lead team, yes.
Okay. And that particular lead team, did you often travel together?
We traveled often, not as a group together. It would depend on the scope of the travel. But I traveled a lot with Fabio. We traveled a lot as a larger team for events, sales meetings, big shows, etc.
When you talk about big shows, you're talking about like the kind of shows you would have maybe at a large conference center, like maybe in Las Vegas?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
And once Fabio came to the United States, was he in an office where you also were? In other words, where you would see him on a regular basis?
He was on the opposite side of the building, so there was kind of a great divide, but in his area was basically all the educators. I think the studio was there. But my office, which was, the building was I guess constructed years ago, was a real traditional executive wing. And so it had a coffee area, et cetera. So my lead team would tend to congregate there early in the morning or end of the day, and he would always stop by.
Okay. So would you speak to him, if not daily, at least several times a week?
Several times a week.
Okay. Sometimes several times a day?
Sometimes several times a day, yeah.
Okay. And did you said the two of you would travel together often?
Yes.
Okay. Was he somebody who was integral to transitioning for you into this position? Did you and your wife spend any time with Fabio and his family?
In the first year to 2 years, when we transitioned over in 2014, I think we spent Thanksgiving together, and I believe just before Christmas we went over. And then, of course, we spent time with them, or at least the spouses did, on several occasions when we had events.
And when you spent time with Fabio, did you ever spend time at his home when you were talking about the holidays?
It was at his home.
Okay, and was that the house?
The Thanksgiving, the Queen Victoria, yeah.
Okay.
Thanksgiving and the pre-Christmas was at their house.
Okay. And you were transitioning from where?
From Switzerland.
Okay. Geneva, where the
Geneva, Switzerland.
headquarters is.
Global headquarters, yeah.
Okay. And in terms of the way that Wella operated, if Fabio's team was particularly successful, were there certain types of bonuses in terms of trips that were rewarded?
There were trips that we called trendsetters, and those trendsetters were usually, let's say, once a year. We would, as a leadership team, identify major contributors to the success of the business. Usually could be 50 to 75 people throughout the organization. Their spouses were included in a 3-day trip. A good number of my lead team would join with their spouses, and it was really more of a recognition event for some of the high performers that were picked by the lead team.
And did you travel with your spouse along with Fabio and his wife to some of these trendsetter vacation trips?
I think 2 that I could recall immediately.
Okay. Do you remember
One
what
was
the first one was?
2015, I guess, was October, St. Thomas.
Okay.
And then 2016, I want to say it was either September or October. I believe that was Oahu.
Hawaii.
Hawaii, correct.
All right. And so you knew well, based on the amount of time you spent at the Queen Victoria home or these trips or the holidays, Fabio's family.
Yes.
And did you get to know his wife?
I saw her on those occasions, yes.
Do you see her here in court today?
I do.
Can you identify her, point her out in some manner?
The cream blazer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you and Fabio, besides working together and traveling together for business, did you form a friendship?
Yes.
And would you say that the two of you became very good friends?
We did. I would say we became very good friends specifically in a working environment. We didn't spend a lot of time outside of work, but we traveled a lot.
And most of those travels, as you mentioned, would be for work?
Most of the travels, all of the travels would be for work.
Other than maybe if you were going on a trendsetter's trip.
Which was still work,
but
yes. Well, maybe not
fun.
work, but it was work, sponsored, yes.
And where did the two of you travel together?
We would travel to every year, starting in mostly February, March. We would travel to all of the Trend Visions, which are basically globally deployed creations that would then be reapplied in the salons.
So let me just ask you, Trend Visions, for those of us that are not in the industry, is that some kind of a show?
It's a show. It's a large show where several thousand stylists, salon owners would come into a particular city, and there would be a huge production.
Okay. And who would be in charge of those type of productions?
From a financial perspective, in charge of production and putting it together would be the education group, Fabio and his team.
Okay. And where is it that you and Fabio would travel?
Well, we would go to those shows, for sure. We would go to large customer meetings. We would go to trade events. The trade would have similar shows. We would, from time to time, go to Europe. He might join me once or twice to headquarters. That's basically it.
Okay. So the travels included North America plus Europe.
North America plus less so for Fabio Europe, but yes.
Also Canada, Toronto, Canada.
Yep.
In terms of Fabio, did he seem to you and your friendship with him, spending time with him, to be a very dedicated family man?
Yes, very much so. He loved his girls, loved his wife. Yeah.
Didn't know of anybody who would be an enemy?
Zero. He was literally, it wasn't an exaggeration if you knew him, but he was loved by everybody. Everybody knew Fabio.
How many times would you say over the course of your relationship with Fabio that you met the defendant?
5 to 10 times, really met at an activity, either at their place or at an event where we spent time together.
Okay. And some of these larger events, like the Trend Vision you mentioned, were those trips where sometimes your spouses would accompany you?
The trend setters, yes. Trend vision, sometimes.
Okay. Was there a Trend Vision show that occurred in Las Vegas in July of 2016?
Yes.
Did you attend that event?
Yes.
Who was in charge of it?
Normally it would be Fabio and his entire team, so that would be the case.
And in terms of his entire team, can you give us some of the individuals that would be involved in that?
From a show production, I think Melanie Garibay, Carol Protat, more on a lot of the Sebastian hair products, Mika Quinn, Paula Rufo, Mark Pontrelli, and then there were a few others as well.
Okay.
Probably missing some.
So those would be the main people who would be involved in his leadership team.
They would, I think they were all part of his leadership team. Yeah.
Do you recall if that Trend Vision show that occurred in Las Vegas in 2016, if the defendant attended?
No, I don't remember. I don't recall.
I have a photograph, Your Honor, that's titled Sal and Cherry at Trend Vision in Las Vegas, July 25th, 2016. May it be marked as People's 86?
Yes.
Showing you People's 86. Do you recognize who you see here?
That's me. That's me.
Was that at the Trend Vision, one of the Trend Vision shows during the week of July 25th?
That was a side event at the show, yes.
I have another set of 2 photographs from the same week, Your Honor, if it could be marked as People's 86. It's titled Defendant Sementilli at Trend Vision in Las Vegas, July 25th, 2016.
87.
Sorry, thank you. Showing you People's 87. Again, there's a glare. Let's see if I can...
Yep.
Do you recognize what you see here?
I do.
And what do you see? Let's start with the photograph on the left.
I see Monica on the right, or the defendant on the right, and I don't, I'm sorry. The left picture, the person on the right, Monica, I can't make up the person in the middle. The one on the left is I believe, a Quebec distributor.
Okay, and on the right, do you also see a photograph of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and does this appear from looking at the background to be also one of the Trend Vision shows in Vegas that year?
It looks like a Trend Vision show. I'm not sure if it's Vegas, but yes.
Okay. I have another set of 2 photographs, Your Honor. Same title that could be marked as People's 88, please.
All right.
Thank you. Showing you People's 88. Do you recognize what you see here?
I recognize Monica on the left picture. I don't know the lady to the far left. On the right, Monica and one of our sales managers or sales VPs, Patricia.
Does this appear to be, from looking at the background again, from the Trend Vision shows in Las Vegas in 2016?
The left looks like it could be. The right looks like it might have been an after party restaurant. But I don't know. I don't recall.
Let me ask you, if Fabio and his team were involved in the production for these large shows where you said, I think you said several thousand stylists and salon owners would come, would he have been busy during the day doing various things in order to get ready for these shows?
Sustained.
What would you and Fabio have been doing during the day?
Calls for speculation.
You mean together?
Yes.
Overruled.
They were super busy shows because we would typically have a customer event the day before, we would have the show the day of, and then we would have a sales meeting after the big show. There would be, like I said, 2,000 plus salon stylists coming in. We would have tens of thousands that would stream in So the production was huge. The sales meeting involved a ton of pre-prep, and there was a lot of entertaining customers, our sales reps, and of course the shows were all day and evenings. So yeah, we were usually, so the trend vision was not necessarily something where we would be able to spend much time with our wives.
Okay. So, in other words, if your wife was coming with you, she might see you in the evening for the show, but during the day, she would have to be on her own.
Yeah.
Same objection. This all calls for speculation.
Now, you mentioned the trips. I think you said that you went on one trend setter's trip to Oahu, Hawaii. That was in 2016?
Yes.
And did you note anything unusual with respect to Fabio and the defendant in Hawaii, Oahu, Hawaii, for that particular trip in November of 2016?
Objection, relevance,
So overruled.
no foundation.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that was?
Fabio was, trend setters. The lead team was there to really cater to our top performers. And Fabio has a huge presence about him. And that one, we felt that...
just you.
I felt that he was not as engaged, and that he and Monica were spending more time kind of separated from the lead team and the rest of the organization. Okay. Not like they typically would.
Okay. So you found that to be unusual?
I noted it as an observation, and it was conversation amongst a couple of us in the leadership team and myself and my wife.
Did they appear to be spending time separately?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you spoke to Fabio?
Yes.
And do you remember what day that was?
Sunday, January 22nd, 2017.
And during that conversation, well, let me ask you first this. When Fabio wasn't traveling, did he usually come into the office?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with him where you were not expecting him to come in the following day, that Monday the 23rd?
I had a conversation with him that he was having a procedure, and I did not expect him to come into the office.
And did he tell you that he was going to be working from home the next day?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Goes to explain subsequent conduct. Go ahead, sir.
I don't remember him telling me that he was going to work from home the whole day, other than me knowing that he was supposedly having a procedure on the 23rd morning.
Okay. The following day, Monday, January 23rd, at some point in time, did Fabio leave you a voice message?
He sent me a text message.
Did he
First thing in the morning.
I'm sorry?
He sent me a text message in the morning.
Did he also leave you a voice message at some point?
I received a voice message. I believe it actually populated the next day, and I believe the voice message was connected to a call that I received around 4:30 on the 23rd.
To be more specific, would that have been a voice message that was left at 4:27 p.m. on January 23rd?
I'm going to assume that's the same, yes.
At some point after January 23rd, did you send that voice message to a Detective Steve Castro at the LAPD?
Yes.
Where were you that day on that Monday, January 23rd?
In the office.
That office, at that point in time, that was in Woodland Hills, is that right?
DeSoto, Woodland Hills, yeah.
When you were at the office, did you generally have a television in your office that you would have on?
Yes.
And at the end of the day on January 23rd, what happened?
People congregated around my office, people, normally my leadership team, a handful of them. I think late in the day, let's say around 4 or 4:30, was my CFO and head of HR. We were kind of hanging around my office. There might have been a couple other people coming in and out, but I remember the two of them for sure.
The CFO at that point in time was who?
Robert Lucian.
Okay, Bob Lucian. And
Bob
who
Lucian.
was the HR director?
Henry Meyer.
And what did your phone start to ring?
My phone, we were having a conversation and I saw an unknown call right around 4:30 or just prior. And I did not answer it because, again, it was unknown and we were in some kind of conversation. So, yes.
And at some point later, did you realize that it was coming in from a phone number that was Fabio's home phone?
No. I realized that when I heard his voice message, that for whatever reason populated hours later or the next day.
Okay. And in that particular voice message, that's where he just said he wanted to give you a shout out and touch base, that it was somewhere between 4 and 4:30, and he's calling from the home phone.
Yes.
Okay. At some point after that, did you receive some other information?
Overruled.
I received, and I don't remember whether they were Facebook messages, but I was receiving either Facebook calls or messages, I think it was calls, from one of Fabio's acquaintances on the East Coast that I really kind of just discounted as I was continuing to have conversations with whomever was in my office. And then I received a call probably, I don't know if it was 6:30, from, I guess it was Mike, I can't remember his last name, who introduced himself as, "Hey Sal, this is Mike. We met at Monica and Fabio's Thanksgiving, and I'm calling you to tell you Fabio is dead."
And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
Well, first and foremost, because I knew that, at least I thought, that he had a procedure in the morning, I thought it was a sick joke. And that's what I said to him. I said, and then he said, "No, this is not a joke. He has been killed. And Monica and the girls are either with me or across the street at a neighbor's house." And so I was in shock, and I said, "Okay, well, we're going to come there." Hung up, and then I ended up answering the call from the guy who called again from the East Coast, which was this gentleman called Donald Steris. And he was asking me the same thing. I don't think I actually told him what I heard, but he was saying, "I think something happened to Fabio." And so I hung up, and we left.
Would it be safe to say that although this this portion of the beauty industry is extremely large, that it's very well connected and word travels fast?
Super well connected.
Yeah. When this individual, Mike, called, did he also indicate that that Monica and the girls were with the police? Did he mention the word police?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I remember the location, that she was across the street.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
I told, I think at the time was Bob Lucian. He had reached out to David Diaz, who was living, I think, across the street.
Who is Dave Diaz?
Dave Diaz was heading up some of our largest customers.
He was one of your VPs, correct?
He was one of my VPs.
For Canadian business?
He was originally in the Canadian business, but he had transitioned to Los Angeles, and
Okay.
so he was living in a kind of corporate apartment or rental.
Okay. So he had already left for the day?
He was flying somewhere and had arrived, did not come into the office. Bob
Okay.
called him, and then he raced over. So he was there within minutes. I walked outside and was looking for Henry Meyer, who had left his office.
You mentioned he was your HR director.
Head of HR, correct. He was getting in his car, so I waved for him to come back. We congregated together, and the 4 of us jumped in a car and raced over to the neighbor's house.
Okay. So you went to the Queen Victoria Street.
Yes.
And when you arrived at Queen Victoria, what, if anything, did you see?
The moment we arrived, we saw all the police vehicles, and the road was cordoned off.
All right. And were you able to get onto the street?
I was. We told them that I was, that I knew the family, that the person, that the victim was worked for me, and they allowed us to walk over to the neighbor's house, which is what we did.
That was across the street from the Sementilli home?
I think it was like Caddy Corner, but yeah, across
Okay.
the street.
And did you have contact with the defendant that night?
I believe that we were outside on a stoop. There was a few stairs going to the front door, and we were standing right there.
And did you have contact with the defendant
Yes.
there? Okay. And did you say anything to her at that point in time?
I mean, I hugged her. She was, she looked devastated. I told her that, we would do everything we could for her and the family. I really couldn't find any more words than that. And we left. We were not there very long at all.
While you were speaking to her, was her friend Deborah Obad there?
Honestly, other than a couple of pictures that I've seen in the press or whatever, I don't remember the lady other than the communication that I had with her.
Okay. So in other words, the defendant was standing with another woman on the stoop.
I think there were a handful of people on the stoop.
Okay.
I don't recall who exactly they were, but there were a handful of people on the stoop.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
We raced on back to the office. This was going to be a huge, tragic issue for our broad organization. It was now late at night. It was going to be a very large communication, let's say, situation for
In terms of
the company.
PR?
To the trade. Yeah, PR, I guess, more of it. And so we were trying to decipher what we were going to do, who we were going to call, how we enroll our European organization to also get some level of direction from them, or support more than anything else.
And later that night, did you receive a series of text messages?
I received at least one as an initial text message. I believe it was like 11:30, and yes, that came from Deborah Obad.
Okay. And did she indicate to you something relative to Monica?
She's, I think, introduced herself. I'm Deborah Obad. I got your number from Monica. She needs to know information about the insurance company or the insurance, and I can't remember if it was in that initial text where she said, because of the Cody acquisition, she wants to know information about the insurance.
Because of the what? Did you say the what?
The Cody purchase of the P&G business.
Okay, the Cody purchase.
Yeah.
So this was during the subsequent to Cody purchasing Wella.
It was after Cody had purchased Wella.
Okay. I have a text message string that appears to have six pages, maybe marked as people's 89 through.
Can you just mark them all as 89? 1 through whatever?
Sure.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you, Esther. Showing you Exhibit 89, where there's a left, in the bottom left corner, there's a red number 1. Was this the beginning of a text message string?
I mean, I see our numbers at the time. I don't see a text associated with it.
Well, let me ask you something. Did you have some conversation with Deborah Obad that night relative to Fabio or Monica? Or
Not
was
that
it
I
all
recall.
via text message?
Text message.
Showing you 89, page 2. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes?
Okay. And are these text messages that came from your phone?
To my phone, right?
Okay. And came to your phone from Deborah Obad?
I believe so, yes.
Well, is that what you
Yes.
that what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And is looking at the bubble in blue, is this from you back to Deborah Obad?
Yes.
Okay. And here you're saying we talked to her, meaning Monica?
Yes.
And when you say his entire lead team, are you referring to Fabio?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is not the initial text. This is subsequent text, and because here I'm saying I already talked to my lead team, his lead team, which I had not until the next day. So it's not the initial text that I received.
Nevertheless, looking at, did you continue to get text messages from Deborah Obad over the into the early morning hours of January 24th?
I received a series of text messages from her. Yes, one starting at around 11:30 and then continued, I'm assuming, into the early morning hours.
And looking at the right side of 89, number 2 at the top, does this appear to be consistent with what you were just telling us?
Yes.
About Deborah Obad inquiring from Monica about life insurance?
Yes.
Okay. And the change with Cody?
Yes.
Cody would be spelled with a T, correct?
T, with a T.
And what did you respond?
I was directing her to Henry, which I did several times, simply because I'm not in a position to discuss personal insurance information. HR is best positioned for that.
And Henry, as you said, was
Head of
Meyer
HR.
Was the head of HR. Okay. And so you, when this came through during the early morning hours of January 24th regarding Monica inquiring about life insurance, you directed Deborah to have Monica contact Henry.
I directed either Deborah or Monica to reach out to Henry who can then help them out. But I was not the person that can help them.
You were the CEO.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 89, page 3. There's a 3 in the bottom right corner. Again, is this part of the text string between you and Deborah Obad?
You should direct your questions to Henry, and or later I said it would be best once her family comes in that the family be included so that she can then understand the details of her insurance policy or the insurance policy.
Besides knowing Fabio's wife and children, did you also know his sister?
I knew Morella, yes.
Okay. And how did you know Morella?
She was also a stylist, and she was utilized in the U.S. as well. She was also had stage presence because of her experience.
Okay. So when you say she was utilized, she was also, as Fabio started out, an independent contractor as well as a platform artist.
Yes.
And an educator.
Yes.
Okay. Looking over at the right side of the page, now we're at about 10:30 in the morning on January 24th. You receive a text from Deborah Obad to call her. And what was your response here?
I really didn't want to talk to the lady, so I kept pushing her over to Henry.
Showing you People's 89, page 4. Was this a response that you gave back to Deborah Obad?
Yes.
And when you said we have a series of meetings, are you dictating?
Series and no, I probably just misspelled it.
Okay. So you were basically in the process of having, as you explained to us already, a series of meetings with your organization.
Yes.
And you again directed her back to your HR director, Henry Meyer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in the end of this text string, you also said that you were having a difficult time dealing with this loss.
Yes.
That was because of your relationship with Fabio.
Yes.
Now, when you received this series of text messages from Deborah Obad saying that Monica was inquiring about the life insurance, what were your thoughts on that? What did you do in response?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
When I received the text message the evening of, I thought it was bizarre because I didn't know this person. She was suggesting she was calling or messaging for Monica. I felt Monica was not in a position to really be asking for this at this point, so I found it bizarre, and I showed it to, I believe it was Henry Meyer and Dave Diaz, Bob Lucian, the guys that were with me, the three that were with me.
Okay. And that was because when you said it was bizarre, that was because you felt it wasn't the main concern at that moment.
I did not think it was the main concern at that moment, and that I felt this is traditionally the type of thing a company will take care of and should not be the point of interest the night of.
At that point. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. The next day, which would have been January 24th, a Tuesday, did you go back to the Sementilli home?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go with others or alone that day?
There were several others. I think Dave Diaz was there. There were a few members of my lead team, a couple of people I think from Fabio's team. Monica was on the couch, I think, with a couple of people. Yes, there were a few people. We brought I think we brought food, or somebody made food. I can't remember.
Did you bring Henry Meyer with you?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And again, was Deborah Obad there?
Yes.
And did she once again ask you about the life insurance for Monica?
Yes, she came up to me as I was, I think, getting some food, and again was asking, Monica really needs to know, and can you do something about this and find out? And I think I was a little bit more forceful with her,
Okay.
much more direct in that I would not be talking to a non-family member or Monica, and specifically I would not be the person delivering the information, but Henry Meyer would. So I think she got the point at that moment that I had nothing to do with communicating details.
Okay. Now, subsequent to that day, did you direct Fabio's lead team and other individuals at Wella to basically rally behind
Yes.
the defendant? What is it that you directed?
Well, it was a general directive that we would do everything we possibly could to help Monica and the family. And of course, I started learning of the details, which I was fully directly supportive of, and so was the company at the global level.
Okay. So you were sort of at that point in a position where you were approving of things and also at the global level getting approval.
I approve things because I own the profit and loss of the business, but I expected, since this was an exceptional situation, that we would potentially do exceptional things. And so I wanted to make sure that our global office was also aware.
Okay. That meant Geneva.
Yes.
At that point in time, that would have been Sally Schoen?
No. It would have been
Michelle
the CEO
Mason?
of the company. Michelle Mason, of course, was aware, but again, they were functional leaders.
Okay.
The person that was really supporting my direction, which was the financial piece of helping out, would have been the CEO of the company.
Okay. And did you personally attend a viewing on January 29th at a funeral home in the Woodland Hills area?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, a wake or some type of a gathering?
Yes.
In the backyard of the Sementilli home?
Yes.
Also on the 29th?
Yes.
And was that an event that the company paid for?
We paid for that event and several other things.
Okay. In terms of paying for the event, we're talking about catering,
Food,
tables.
I believe we paid for repatriating the body. I mean, we paid for basically everything.
Repatriating the body, meaning sending Fabio's body back to his home country.
Correct.
Paid for airline for family to come in from Canada.
I can't tell you specifically what we paid for. I was not necessarily involved in all the details.
Okay.
But I'm very well aware of what my organization's doing, and so yes, drivers, some travel, food, perhaps lodging, funerals, food. Like I said, yes.
Okay. Some of that occurred in the United States. Some of that occurred back in Canada.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And subsequent to Fabio's murder, were you involved in various events or tributes?
Yes. There is.
Would that be not only in the United States but also in Canada?
Yes.
Okay. And were these events that, had Fabio been alive, he would have been attending?
Yes.
So you went in his stead?
I went and usually would be partnered up with one of his team, mostly Carol.
Protat.
Okay.
Did you also go to at least a couple of events in the Toronto area?
Yes.
Okay. And did the defendant go to all of these tributes or events with you?
No. She went to one in Toronto that I'm aware of.
Okay. That was the Mirror Awards.
The Mirror Awards.
And Fabio received a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Correct.
And you were on stage introducing
Yes.
Monica, who accepted the award on his behalf?
Yes.
When part of your executive team travels, does the company or did the company pay, let's say, for drivers to take executives back and forth to the airport?
Yes.
So when Fabio traveled, there would be a particular limousine company that you yourself or Fabio would utilize to go back and forth to travel?
There were a handful of us that would use a specific service, yes, with a specific driver that we knew very well.
When you said this was an exceptional situation and so the company was going to do exceptional things at your direction, one of those things was also paying for a limousine service for the defendant?
I believe that we paid for certain escorts for her, yes.
Okay. Did that include taking her to the airport when she traveled out of town to go to allegedly a golf course?
I don't know if we paid for that, but I know that I was being dropped off and the driver mentioned to me that he had dropped off Monica at the airport and she was going golfing with friends.
Okay. And was this when you were going to the airport for a particular event?
I was going to an event in Toronto, yes.
For Fabio?
For Fabio. It was our Canadian organization doing their Canadian Trend Vision. Okay. So it was a large event, and yes.
One of the exceptional things was that also some type of a tented memorial that was done on May 22nd of 2017 in the parking lot where Wella was located?
Yes.
Did you also direct that members of the company bring food to the house, the Sementilli home, to feed the defendant and her daughters?
Let me see Counsel Sedwell.
One of the things that you approved was that paying Fabio's salary for 6 months through June?
Yes, I'm aware that Henry had put together a program to continue his salary for 6 months.
Okay. In terms of this event that took place, the memorial event on May 22nd, was that an event that was sizable in nature, was small? How would you characterize it?
It was large. It was 200 plus people. basically mostly stylists and large salon owners in the area, and some of which flew in. I believe his family flew in as well, if I'm not mistaken. But
From
yes,
Canada.
it was, yeah. It was a large event.
That was something that the company paid for?
Yes.
Right. Now, were you informed about there being constant complaints and pressure applied to your HR director and his team?
Objection, argumentative, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
I was aware that she had made repeated calls to several people in the HR organization.
Including Henry Meyer?
Henry Meyer, I think Janet Cover, maybe. But yes, I know that there were repeated messages. They mentioned it to me several times, or several attempts to reach them.
And were you also informed that they had provided the defendant with documentation in order to file a claim on behalf of Fabio Sementilli for his life insurance?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Were you told that the defendant was calling constantly regarding
Calls for hearsay, argument.
Let me finish the question.
insurance money?
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Were you informed that the defendant was calling constantly regarding insurance money?
Objection, reading.
Overruled.
I was informed that there were repeated calls with the topic being the insurance money.
Okay.
After recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
All right. While they take a break, we will we'll talk about what we've seen so far. With we had the cross for Luigi, who is the son of Fabio. That's when we came back from lunch. Let's see. Most of the text messages were about money, and that was from January until June. Other subjects, he said that I love you. So he was trying. Luigi, you know, he was trying with Monica. He wasn't being a jerk to her. He did purchase a car in March. It wasn't new, but he did purchase a car. Yeah, I mean, why not? Let's see. Oh yeah, then he's like, yeah, failed the first time, thank you. I think that was about his driver's license, getting his driver's license. He's like, yeah, I failed the first time, thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. He was paying his own phone bill, so they were talking about, yeah, his dad helped him with tuition and phone bills. Yeah, of course, that's what any father is going to do. Then he talks about his payout. Oh yeah, that's right. We were going to. I was going to show that the payouts, widespread. You wanted me to show the payouts. I think I have them up here. Let's see. Oh, I moved it. Okay, yeah. Here are the payouts again. Just give me a moment. And we had our first sidebar. Our first sidebar. It's been really like no sidebars, which is really interesting, right? All right. Widespread panic. This is for you. So there are the payouts. So it wasn't just split 3 ways or 4 ways. So Monica was supposed to get, if you look at the very bottom here, Monica was supposed to get $1 million, and the next is Luigi, followed by Jessica and Isabella. So Jessica and Isabella were supposed to get, they look like they were supposed to get the same amount, $336,000. But then Luigi was going to get either 423 or 387. I can't quite figure that out because my face my face is in the way there. And then Monica was supposed to get 1 million. So that's the payouts. And then on the left here you see life insurance, Manulife, MetLife, P&G Stocks, Merrill Lynch, Wells Fargo, and then Computer share. So there are your payouts. So there's the payouts, guys. She was going to get the bulk of it. And then Luigi, only because he had that Manulife, that kicked it up 150,000. And that's what Monica kept saying, or Deborah kept saying, hey, give us your stocks, because you're going to be getting all this money through Manulife. And nobody else is going to get that. So you have $150,000 coming. So, give over your stocks. And his stocks, okay, so then he ended up getting paid 150,000 Canadian, which was the Manulife, and then 259,000, which was in US dollars. So that's what he ended up with. So then let's see, Dad's affair. Oh, so this is the first time we heard this. I thought this was kind of bombshell. Dad's affair with Monica broke up their first marriage. Right? First time we heard that. So apparently Fabio was messing around on Wanda, who is Luigi's mother, right? That's Fabio's first wife. And he was messing around with Monica. And then that's what broke up the marriage. I thought that was pretty big. That was pretty big. So then, so now we're hearing from Sal Mucciuri, I think, Salvatore Mauri. He's a GM at Wella, was a GM at Wella. And Fabio was the head of education for the North America at Wella. He met Fabio spring of 2014. Fabio was very well known in the industry, always an educator. He was the external face of the company for salon owners. He was super talented, well-spoken, had a great stage presence. He was just on the North American level. He was not on a global level, but he was on a North American level. He was already in LA when Sal came and met him, or came over. He came over from Europe. Sal did, Salvatore. He was the business side, and he was Fabio's supervisor. So he said there was the functioning side and the business side. So on the business side, he was Fabio's supervisor. Said they traveled a lot to these big shows. We heard about those shows, these events that they would put on. Trendsetter trips in October of 2015 and September of 2016. He said he met Monica 5 to 10 times where they actually spent time together. And then, let's see, Fabio and Monica were spending more time away from each other at these events. He said he noted that to the lead team, and he also told his wife, meaning Sal told his wife. And here, you remember Fabio was on the phone. We heard about that a couple witnesses ago. Actually, it was the housekeeper told us about Fabio was on the phone. So Sal got a voicemail from Fabio at around 4:30, and he called from his home phone. So Sal arrived. They went over to the house. They went to the neighbor's house, which was Deborah. They were on the outside on the stoop with Monica. He said he hugged her. She looked devastated and would do everything they could for her and her family, which we ended up finding out that they did. Well, we kind of heard that in the opening, but he says he doesn't remember Deborah. They left to the office and went back to put together a press release. Then he said this text message came in around 11:30 that night from Deborah. Monica needs to know about the insurance. And then there's another text message at 2:30 a.m. So they were just hammering him about the insurance. I mean, good Lord, Fabio's not even in the ground yet. He's still at the morgue. You haven't even identified him, and she's just all about the insurance. And, Monica can't talk. So Deborah seems like she really took over here. Yeah, I want to hear from Deborah. Can't wait to hear from her. They talks about the January 29th wake and the gathering in the backyard, but they didn't really talk about that. He just said that he was there, but they didn't talk about it. Company paid for this and for other events. They paid to send Fabio back to Canada. They paid for the drivers, the food, the tables in both countries. Monica used one of those drivers to go play golf. Classy. Monica did not attend all the events in Toronto, just the one where she accepted the award on Fabio's behalf. I didn't write down what award that was, but it was a Lifetime Achievement Award. And then they took a sidebar. Then Will paid 6 months for his salary, 6 months. And I was hoping that we would find out how much that was, but did not find out how much that salary was. I mean, we can only guess 100,000. I don't know. I would say maybe 100,000. I'll go because he was a VP, I think, or senior VP for education. So maybe 150. He was senior level. He was definitely in the hundred thousands for sure. I would guess, even 10 years ago or 7 years ago. Company paid for a large 200-person event, which the family flew in, and then they talked about the several attempts to reach HR. So that's where we, that's where we left off. So, what are you guys talking about? Let's go back to here, just in case they pop in. We're ready to go. What are you guys talking about? Young black economist, yeah, about 50K, 150, I'm sorry, to 200. That's executive level, I can see that. Golf, yeah, she went golfing. Here, I'm trying to pull this one up. Ola says, Monica gets a mill, girls get 336,000, they struggle. Well, that's why she was like hounding them for this money. Where's the money? Where's the money? Where's the money? She was hounding them for that. Actually, let's go back to that. How much was she getting for the insurance? So MetLife was going to be, she was going to get 444,000, and then supplemental was 300,000. And then here's, wait a minute. And it says personal accidental life. Well, it wasn't accidental. It was not accidental. So she was, yeah. I mean, that's 700,000 right there. Excuse me. That's what she was. Well, she was going to get almost 200,000 plus another 100. Yeah, she was definitely going to get some serious money. That's why she's hounding them. That's why she's hounding them. Pammy says, yes, I was not surprised to hear the son testify that Monica was the only one Fabio had an affair with. That broke up his parents' marriage. Yeah, that was, I thought that was kind of, that was a little bombshell moment. Ken, what's this squeezeception? What's that? I don't get that. A squeezeception? You crack yourself up? Yes, we crack you up. Oh, is therapist back? Is therapist back with us? Did I miss you coming in? Where's therapist? Yes, widespread panic. You are welcome. I missed therapist coming in. Yeah, Baka of 3. We need to hear from Debo Bad. Joe Schmo. Boom goes the dynamite. Nanar, I think probably more like 400,000. This is California where everything's super expensive and salaries are high. Oh, you think he was getting that much? Wow. Well, Wella is a... I tried to look it up to see what... And I didn't find anything, but there you are. There you are. Therapist, here. Yay. Young black economist. It's hard to not know these days, too. I've been on a couple of dates where something seemed off, and I find out within a week they are married or engaged or whatnot. Ugh. Trust me, I do not envy anybody who's dating right now. No way, no how. It was tough back when I was doing it. Can't even imagine doing it now. Taylor says, trying to rush it before the payment before she was implicated. Yeah. Yes. We love our... Oh, LOL. Pammy, we love our therapist, Irish Amy, young black economist, I hear you. I've had the same. Sucks. I think the difference is we hot-footed out of there, but Monica stuck around. Oh, OnlyFan is back too. Whoop, whoop. OnlyFan. Just saw that you're back. Not that you really... Oh, there. So you were sleeping, and then you came back in. You're so funny. OnlyFan. Widespread panic. I will never divorce my husband because I never want to date again. There you go. Ken Rosenberg. He appreciates the solicited laughter. All right, young black economist. Also maybe 400,000. I don't know. I was trying to balance out how much it is to live in LA versus him being a hairstylist and it not being too high paying job. I mean, we can factor in it was 2016, 15, 14, 17. Is when he was deleted. So, I mean, pre-COVID. I don't know. It was a lot, and they were going to pay 6 months of his salary. So Yeah, some things are really transparent, meaning you can find out salaries, and other things are a lot more difficult. Shirley Roth, cat lady. Nice. Oh, let's see. You had about an hour's sleep, only fan? Of course you did. You are a rock star. All right, so jury has been seated with Megan. Scheduled for tomorrow. Just so you guys know, we're going to pick up on Megan Boswell tomorrow at 9. Therapist, you know, your future family photos. Let's see, that's about 10 cats and you dancing. That's funny. Yeah, took advantage of the mod roll right there. Yes, that is true, Ola. Those jobs come with great bonuses, so the pay can be hidden. They also went on these trips. They went on these trips that they went to Hawaii, St. Martin, I think they said. I think they said St. Martin. Pammy, everything a man could do, you handle it yourself. Lily Wayne, yeah, very good. Looking forward to Boswell. I am too. Capri Law, well, it was just his educator career. He had behind the chair money plus salon commissions. Hairdressers don't quite pay by the book either with cash flow. That is true. That is true. I have a treat for you guys afterwards. I'm going to play after the stream is done tonight. Stick around. I'll play some stuff I found. So don't go anywhere. Just because they're saying goodbye and ending the court, I've got some secrets. I'm sorry. I've got some surprises. You're talking money and stuff. Yes, Pammy, yes. That's between you and who are we to question? Everybody's like, I'll never date again. I'll never date again. Single and loving it. Yep. Yes, got some fun things to show. I think it's fun. Hopefully we won't get in trouble. We're going to check out some other stuff. It's related to this trial. Trust me. It's all related to this trial. Joe Schmo, if I had a nickel for every time I heard stick around, I'll play some stuff I found. That's funny. Yeah, stick around, kid. I got some stuff. No, that sounded creepy. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
Head of HR.
No, it's cool. It's just some good stuff. I got some good stuff here. Oh, look, cool. Talking, playing. You enjoyed the intermission? Oh, they might be back. I think they're back, guys. They might be back. I just saw a closed caption. They may be back. Yeah, Aaron put that together. That's all Aaron. Aaron put that together. Oh, wait, is it corn? No, and it's not Baker. No, it's not Baker. It's, I'm not going to tell you. You guys are just going to have to stick around. Always ready for good stuff, Lily Wayne. I hope it's good. Now that I've built it up, I hope it's good. I think it's cool. I think you guys will like it. Yes, Widespread Panic. Aaron is awesome. Pammy says, Aaron rules. Traffic, he is out of there. Yeah, he was talking about that. Yes, Ken Rosenberg. Shout out to Aaron. Trial TV Live. Whoop, whoop.
Oh, my apologies. I thought we were talking about the week. So, yes, there was another one that occurred.
Ola says, Aaron, that music was VVV cool. So I wonder if we'll have, let's see, we had three witnesses today. They're slogging through. They're up to 9 witnesses on day 6. Oh, young black economist. Atlanta is crazy. It's 6:40. I'm so hot right now. I'm turning my AC on. I guess winter is over. Ah, that stinks. Well, they don't call it Hot Atlanta for nothing, right? It's living up to its name. It's only February, what is it, 3rd, 4th? And it's hot.
I believe there was a crime scene.
No, OnlyFan, do not. Well, you're going to do what you're going to do. We'll get your bail money ready if you're going to Google Baker. Shirley Roth, I'm sure. Yeah, you're north of the border there, I'm sure. Young black economist, true. Atlanta is always hotter than you know what. Oh, Ken, you already did? Ken already Googled it. Pammy says, we had that yesterday.
And
Expect a
also
cold
to
day
present,
coming. Oh,
Mr.
you're back.
Cherry, you're still under oath.
I'll see you
May
guys on the
continue.
other side.
Thank you. Who's Esther? She's not there. Esther, I have a set of 3 photos. Do you want me to mark them as one again?
All right, a set of 3 photographs from May 22nd of 2017. May they be marked, please, as people's 90.
These are photos generally of what?
They are photographs of the May 22nd memorial, and they have the numbers 3, 4, and 5 in the bottom left corner.
So marked.
Thank you. Showing you people's 90 with a 5 in the bottom left corner. Is this something that took place that you know where it's from?
This looks like it's from the memorial.
Okay. The Welland Memorial
Yes.
on May 22nd?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit, and do you recognize the individuals that you see here?
Yes. His daughter, Morella, and Monica.
Morella being Fabio's sister that we spoke about today.
Correct.
Showing you people's 90 with a 3 in the bottom corner. Is this part of the memorial that
Yes.
was created by Wella?
We brought that to different events, and the stylist signed it.
Showing you exhibit, again, 90. This one has a 4 in the bottom left corner. Is that what we see here, people signing?
Yes.
Okay. So that was an event that, or an exhibit that traveled with you to some of these tributes you were referring to.
Yes.
All right. And at this particular event, did you call the defendant on stage to make some sort of a presentation?
I did, yes.
And did she speak at that presentation or in front of all the guests that were gathered there?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Well, you were present, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did she sing a song?
I know she sang a song. I thought she spoke as well.
And what was the song?
I did it my way.
Now, you mentioned that you went to Canada for the Mirror Awards.
Yes.
Yes? And before you left for Canada, did you ever see the defendant anywhere around town?
So real.
I did
Where was that?
at LA Fitness.
Is that a gym that you worked out at?
Yes.
In the Woodland Hills or Canoga Park area?
Yes.
And where did you run into the defendant at the LA Fitness gym?
I saw her walk by going towards the racquetball courts. I did not approach her. I didn't want to at the time. I wanted to give her space. I started working out, came around the corner maybe 15, 20 minutes later, and she was with someone that was working out, and she was standing beside him.
Female or a male?
Male.
By the way, when were the Mirror Awards in Canada? So that we can have a time frame for when this occurred.
The Mirror Awards were early part of June.
So this would have been prior to that early part of June?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime between the May 22nd memorial and
I
first or
believe so,
second week
yes.
in June? Okay. And when you said she was with somebody, did you recognize the individual? Did you know him?
I did not know him. No.
Okay. And when you came around the corner, what was the defendant's reaction, if any?
I think she was a bit startled, but she basically said that he was really pressing her to get out and start working out again, and that she decided she'd get out of the house and come into the gym and take him up on his offer to work out.
And did she introduce you at that point to her friend?
She just said him, and he was pumping iron.
Okay. And at that point, did you have a conversation with her about going to Toronto for the Mirror Awards?
I asked her if she was going to Toronto for the tribute, and she said yes. And she asked me if my wife was going, and I think I said no.
Okay. And were you going to that event?
Yes.
Like within the next couple of days?
Within the next, yeah.
And did you also introduce her again at the Mirror Awards show?
I did.
And did she sing that song again at the award show?
I believe yes. Along with all the other people that came on stage and were holding hands.
Okay. Now, at some point after you returned from the award show in Canada, did you happen to see on the news the arrest of the defendant?
Yes.
And was there also a photograph of another individual on the news?
Yes.
And did you recognize that other individual that was being shown on the news along with the defendant?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked previously as People's 14, photograph of Robert Baker. Is this the individual that you saw the defendant with at the LA Fitness prior to going to the Mirror Awards?
Yes.
Same person's photograph that you saw on the news that also showed a photograph of the defendant being arrested for the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
At some point after the defendant's arrest, did you receive another set of text messages from Deborah Obad?
I don't recall.
Okay. This is part of Exhibit 89. This is page 6.
Objection, relevance, and witness said he doesn't call.
Yes, if you want to refresh your memory, you may.
Sure. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Showing you 89. This one is at page 6 in the bottom left corner. Was this a message that you received from Deborah Obad and your response on June 21st of 2017 after the defendant's arrest?
Yeah.
This is all hearsay. And,
It appears so now. Appears to be hearsay.
Subsequent to the defendant's arrest, were you interviewed by Detective Mitzi Roberts
Yes.
in March of 2021?
I was interviewed. I don't remember the date.
Would it have been sometime in 2021, towards the beginning of the year?
Yes.
All right. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Burke?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mortieri.
Good afternoon.
You described earlier 5 or 10 different times over the course of your relationship with Fabio prior to his being killed, where you and your wife would spend time with Fabio and Monica at their home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those was you spent time with them at Thanksgiving in the fall of 2016. Is that right?
No.
Okay.
2014.
2014.
Thanksgiving 2014.
2014. Okay. And you did you spend any time at the home with them in 2016?
I don't recall if we did. It would have been myself. I think we might have gone there once or twice after work.
Okay.
Probably. Not with, I don't think my wife and myself in 2016, but for sure me and maybe people from work.
And when you would go to their home with people after work, what would happen?
We would gather outside by the pool area. Normally there would be music on, and we would just talk, and he'd barbecue or have cigars.
And would you see Monica when you came over?
She would come in and out. Yeah.
Okay. And I think you've previously told police, the interviews you've had, that as a couple that Monica appeared to you to be a devoted wife. Is that?
I think especially in 2014, 2015, that's when I saw them together more than anything else. And yes, everything seemed super normal.
Okay. And then you said that there was one instance in 2016 that the prosecutor asked if you found unusual regarding you feeling like Fabio was not as engaged as he normally was.
Both of them were not, yes.
Both of them were not engaged. And when you say not engaged, your observation was they were not participating as much in the activities?
They were not engaging with other members of the leadership team, either together as a couple or individually, the way we did in prior events.
The way you had seen them engaged
Yes.
previously?
Yes.
I understand.
Yeah.
And other than these 5 or 10 times that you socialized, for want of a better word, with Monica and Fabio, everything else that you saw was work-related with them?
Yes.
These trips that you talked about?
Yeah, mostly yes.
These trendsetter trips. And these trips were, I think you said, recognition and benefits that Fabio would receive as part of his employment with the company, correct?
No, it wasn't necessarily for Fabio. It was more for other people in the organization. Fabio being part of the leadership team, he would go, because he had a large organization, along with myself and others within my lead team as hosts.
Okay. And when you say he would go, was the company hosting as well the family members, Monica?
The spouses were included in the trendsetters, yes.
Okay. And that's part of the benefit from his employment, correct?
Yeah, it was a program that we had, yes, sure.
Understood, okay. And drawing your attention to the day that Fabio was killed. I think you mentioned before that you had gotten a call on the day before, on the 22nd, where Fabio had indicated that he was going to be out at a medical procedure the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And am I also correct, you then received a text message from him the next day telling you he was at that medical procedure?
Well, I object. It's just hearsay at this point.
No, that's overruled.
He said, I'm alive, sent me one of these emojis, and he said everything went well or something like that. So yes, he basically suggested that he had the procedure, everything went well, and he was now home.
And when you say suggested, am I correct, you later learned that he wasn't at a medical procedure?
I object. That would assume facts, not in evidence, and call for speculation and hearsay.
Sustain on all three grounds.
Did you later have an understanding from information you received that Fabio was not at a medical procedure on that Monday?
Same objection.
Sustain.
Mr. Muccieri, when you learned that Fabio had been killed, I think you testified earlier, you grabbed a few people and went over to the house, correct?
Yes.
And you had a brief encounter with Monica?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said you hugged her, correct?
I think so, yes.
She looked devastated?
Yes.
Distraught?
Yes.
And how long do you think you were at the house?
15 minutes, maybe? Okay. Not long, I don't think.
And I'm assuming, tell me if I'm wrong, but at no time did Monica Sementilli ever talk to you or try to talk to you about anything to do with the company or life insurance. Is that correct?
I did not have any direct conversations with Monica regarding life insurance.
And when you describe all these text messages you got from Deborah Obad, am I correct? It was Deborah Obad who initiated text messages with you, not Monica.
Correct.
And at one point, Deborah says the information she's getting is for Monica, but you, as you sit here, have no idea, or at the time had no idea, whether Monica had asked Deborah Obad to do anything, correct?
Absolutely correct.
And in fact, Mr. Muccieri, you at some point were very frustrated because it felt like to you that Deborah Obad was trying to insert herself into the situation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you, again, believe she was being very aggressive trying to get information.
She was insistent, borderline aggressive, yes.
Okay. And at no time in these text messages you received, did you ever receive a text message from Monica Sementilli about any life insurance in the text messages?
Correct.
And you then talk about, I think you testified earlier, that you even saw Deborah Obad at the house the next day?
Yes.
Okay. And you had conversations with Deborah Obad?
Yes.
And you made clear to her that a family member needed to speak to someone about these matters.
I made it clear that it would be Henry Meyer or someone from the HR organization, and either directly with Monica and or a family member.
The prosecutor asked you about a series of memorial events for Fabio. And you testified that you saw Monica at those events?
I saw her at a couple of events, yes.
Were there any events you didn't see Monica that were a tribute?
As I recall, the one in Canada prior to the Mirror Awards.
Do you know when that was?
It would have been the very end of May, I think.
Okay. And that was one put on by the company?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your testimony she wasn't there, or you just didn't see her there?
I don't recall her being there.
Okay, fair enough. And all of these tributes that your company put on, that Wella put on, am I right that Wella offered to pay for those events without any request or demand by Monica Sementilli? Is that right?
The tributes were part of official events. The only tribute that was specific to Fabio was the tented tribute in Woodland Hills. That's the only one that was a official Fabio tributed event. The rest were all official trade or company events where we did a tribute for Fabio within the events.
I see. But the only one that was specifically for Fabio, Monica attended.
Yes.
Okay. And the company paid for it not as a result of Monica asking or demanding that the company pay for anything, correct?
Right. Correct.
And Monica, in fact, never asked that the company pay for any of these things that you went through. Am I correct to you?
Yes, correct.
Okay. She didn't ask to have catering paid for by the company?
I don't know the details of how that came about. I know that I authorized our company to support whatever was needed, but I don't know how it came about specifically.
Very good. And you spoke earlier about the company doing things because it was an exceptional situation. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
And am I correct also that the decision made by your company to extend Fabio's salary for 6 months was a highly unusual decision for the company to have made?
Yes.
And it wasn't anything that would have been expected or known that the company would do prior to his death. Is that right?
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay. And Monica Sementilli never asked at any time you to consider extending Fabio's salary for 6 months.
I'm not aware of how it came about.
Okay, but she never asked you
Not
that.
me, no.
And you never had, in fact, any conversations with Monica Sementilli about any of Fabio's benefits or life insurance at the company?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further by other people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are excused. We're going to turn early. I want to make sure you get home. Everything's okay outside. I didn't see anything. Of course, I don't have much of a vision outside my window, but there will be an adjournment till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Again, the admonition probably is not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Former express any opinion to the cause is finally submitted to you. I'm told it's going to rain, so be careful.
All right, so this trial just ends so abruptly sometimes. They just end their day, boom, like that. All right, so we came back. with Mr. Mercelli. And he talked about the signed tribute wall that traveled to these events. And this is where we heard about Monica singing I Did It My Way. Just want to make sure I'm still, my audio is still on? Okay. Monica sang I Did It My Way. Then he saw Monica at LA Fitness. And that would have been sometime between May 22nd and early June. He saw a male with Monica. He didn't know who he was. Monica was a bit startled, but she said he was really pressing her to get out. They were not introduced, and then he recognized after he saw the news of their arrest, it was Baker, so he recognized it was Baker that he saw at LA Fitness. And then cross-examination came around. Not really much happened there. That they would go. He would go to the pool and barbecue. Monica would come in and out. Doesn't sound like even back then, 2014, 2015, everything seemed super cool, super normal, I should say. Fabio and Monica seemed they were not engaged. All right, let's get to some. I got some treats for you guys. Hopefully you guys will dig this. I got some extra stuff to show you. All right, check it out.
We're here at the Facebook wall at Premier Orlando with Fabio Sementilli, who is the North American Creative Director for Wella. I only have one question for him today. What does the North American Creative Director do at Wella, and how do you help stylists?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm actually happy you asked me the question. So, in a nutshell, what I try to do is I work for an incredible corporation, and it's Wella, the professional division of P&G. They come up with some great innovation, great technology, market research, but the only problem is they need the hairdresser or a hairdresser in the company to translate all of that incredible information and bring it to the stylists who are in the salon. I care about one person and one person only. It's my brother and sister who's working behind the chair every single day. I've been a hairdresser for over 30 years, and it's important that we build long, sustainable careers so you can support a family, you can support yourself, and make people beautiful. In a nutshell, that's what I do. The other piece of what I do is the shows and events. So when you go to a trade show and you see the beautiful Wella booth and Sebastian and Nioxin and Clairol, that's a little bit of my doing, but more importantly, it's my team's doing. So I absolutely love my job, Bart. I care immensely about our industry, and I want to protect it with all the experience I have. And Wella allows me to do that. And I know our partnership with Cosmoprof is just incredible. And I love the gang, I love the partnership, and I thank you for doing this. It's important to get the word out.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
Keep that creative juices flowing, man.
Thank you, Bart. Appreciate it. And being from Minnesota, you're kind of almost Canadian like me.
I know. Aren't we just
all
wonderful?
Right.
We're here at
So that was cool, right? Yeah, being from Minnesota, you're kind of like Canadian like me. Oi. So Shirley, you saw him on the Shopping Channel. All right, I've got more. Yep, OnlyFan, the man, the myth, and the legend. Young black economist. He works for P&G, not like celebs like I thought. Totally changes my idea of what his salary probably was. Maybe closer to 300. All right, let's. I've got a couple more. I thought it was important to put put this in context because we're so often we don't hear about the victim. We just see a picture here, a picture there. You know what I'm saying? So let's get to the next one. And
how to up your.
Now this one is from Modern Salon. So let's see. Let's get to this one. I hope this guys help. I hope this helps you guys. I know it's you know, I think it's good to see this kind of stuff. Okay.
How to up your profile as a student, or at least coming out of school. I was a student back in 1985, and I graduated in 86. And I can tell you, if you were like me, I didn't really have a lot of money to play with. I didn't have a lot of connections in the industry. I did have my sister who was a stylist, but you know how it is with your sister and all that. I can tell you that what I did was I made myself available. I made sure that when a show came into town, or I knew there was a hairstylist in my city that represented a manufacturer or was a platform artist, I asked them, can I help you? I don't want to get paid. I don't want anything for it, but I needed the exposure. I needed to make sure I saw behind the scenes. That's how I raised my profile. There's no secret to it. It's one client at a time, it's one show at a time, and it's one good deed at a time. Make sure you pay it forward. It'll pay off in the long run.
So you can totally see, like, he is just, seems like a really cool guy, right? You can just see his energy, his personality, just amazing, you know, just seems like a really cool guy. You can see why everybody really liked him. He's like a larger than life kind of person. All right, I got two more. Okay, wait, hold on. I got Super Ball in my face. Super Ball. Super Ball. Super Kitty. Dude, what are you doing? Oh, she's looking at my phones. All right. Super Ball. Oh, just smacked her in the face. Sorry. Kitty. Super Ball. Okay. So this is 3 of 4.
Hi, my name's Fabio. Hi, my name's Fabio Sementilli. I'm the Technical and Creative Director of Wella, the Salon Professional Division of P&G Beauty. I want to congratulate all of you who are competing in the BSG Fashion Frenzy Student Competition. It's going to be amazing. Now, I'd like to also help you with a couple of little tips that may help you to create that winning look. Number one, please make sure you read the rules and regulations. You got to know what the competition's about. You got to know what they're expecting, and that's going to help you big time. Secondly, a mentor. Where do you find a mentor? Where do you begin? The school that you're attending, the salon that you got your hair cut, any friends that you know may be in the business, and they don't necessarily have to be hairstylists. You can go to makeup artists, you can go to nail technicians, fashion designers, anything like that. That'll really help you quite a bit. Now, the finals is going to be at Intercoiffure, which is May 19th, and it's going to be in Florida. I'll be there as well. And I'm so proud that BSG Cosmoprof and Wella selected me to be the overarching mentor. I'm going to help you as much as you can. Get on the internet and find inspiration from all over the world. Hairbrained, Scissor Boy, BTC, Modern Salon. You can also look me up on Facebook. That's Fabio Sementilli. Looking forward to seeing all of you. Good luck and congratulations.
So Taylor asked, I wonder how they met. Do we know Monica's background before she wrecked Fabio's marriage? Somebody said she was a makeup artist. Somebody in our chat said she was a makeup artist, but I don't know that.
An MUA.
And what?
MUA.
MUA, what's that?
Makeup artist.
Oh, okay.
That's what they call
An
it.
MUA. So they met in Canada though, because he was there and married. He didn't come to LA. They came to LA together. So they met in Toronto, right? All right, we've got one more here, and then class will be dismissed for the day.
Hello, Modern.
All right, this is another one from Modern Salon.
Hello, Modern Salon TV. This is Fabio Sementilli coming at you from Trend Vision 2012. What an incredible few days we've had with all the prep work going on, all the contestants who have come in from all over Canada and the U.S. Just incredible inspiration from everybody. As you can see here, I'm standing on the actual catwalk. Here's where the excitement's going to happen tonight, where the 5 winners will be crowned from Canada and the U.S. as well this year with Trend Vision, which is usually really truly a Wella event. This year, what we've done is we've kind of opened it up to all of our brands within P&G Salon Professional. So you'll see Sebastian in our installation as well as on stage. And who's representing Sebastian? We've got Michael Pulcinelli, our Global Creative Director, along with Anthony Cole, right here from the U.S. And then for Sassoon, which is one of our incredible critical partners, they're going to be up here with Tracy Sakasits, with Richard Rivera. And then, of course, from Russia, we've got Dmitry Vinokurov, who is just an incredible talent. And for those of you who have followed Trend Vision, you know exactly who it is. So I can tell you on behalf of all of us here, all the hairstylists, we've got probably 35 or 40 hairstylists working backstage, over 100 models that we've done in the last 2 days. Plus, we've got almost 100 contestants from across North America here. Just an incredible night. I can't even tell you. I'm so honored. Thanks.
All right, so that was a little peek at who Fabio is, you know. Now Ola says, hold on guys, she was a customer in his salon. He wrecked his marriage, not her. Yeah, he cheated with Monica on Vorda. What was the mom's name? Sorry. Vanda. So Vanda and Fabio were married, and then he cheated. So we don't know the state of the first marriage, and his sister says the Monica-Fabio match was true love. Yeah, may have been, but... Capri Law, man, I hate I'm missing these cool things. Regular baseball season is starting, so I'll be in and out. But this brings me back to watching him on stage in Vegas. Really? Yeah, did you go to his events? Capri Law? That's pretty cool. Baka of 3. Supposedly she was a makeup artist in Canada. Yeah, you're welcome, Pammy. I hope you guys dug that. I thought that was pretty cool. Queen Olive is home. Cool. Taylor, yes, true. Fabio was responsible for wrecking the first marriage as well. Ozzy, he's not the typical hairdresser type, I know, but he seems so nice. Yeah, Shirley Roth, true love until she had him unalived. Capri Law, I sure did. He was a big deal. Very cool. Taylor says, yeah, I doubt it was true love for Monica because we wouldn't be here if it was. And they it fell out. Yeah, it fell out. Widespread Panic, thanks for giving us a peek at who Fabio was. No problem. Therapist says thank you to Aaron.
Sure. I don't know what I did, but sure.
Pammy says yes, and thank you, Aaron. Aaron just gets a thank you from everybody. Why not?
You are welcome.
Baca says, well, maybe we'll hear that from the defense. Maybe. All right. Class is dismissed for the day. Class is dismissed for the evening. All right, guys. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods. OnlyFan. Therapist Julie. Widespread Panic. Hellcat. Jules. Yeah, Jules was with us too. Nope. Let's keep on thanking Aaron.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go. Professor Squeegee. Professor Pipsqueege. Yeah, guys. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you to our mods. Young Black Economist. See you guys tomorrow. Now we're going to be doing Megan Boswell tomorrow at 9. 8:45, and then we'll jump back over to here. So we're going to stick our toe in Megan Boswell, see how we feel, and then we'll make a decision of what we do after that. So thank you guys. We love you. We will see you guys tomorrow, 8:45 for Megan Boswell, and then we'll pick back up for Monica. There's so many names floating around. All right, guys. Have a good night, and we will see you tomorrow.
Yeah.